Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm a 737 pilot and a member of PMDG's tech team. Welcome to another flight on the Boeing 737. And my apologies that it's taken that long, that we focused on so many different aircraft over the past while. And I got a couple messages from some of you said like, hey, why aren't you flying the 737 anymore? And to be honest, you're absolutely right, I should do a couple more flights in this lovely aircraft. Nonetheless, for now, I would like to thank everyone who's tuning in and give you an overview of what we plan for today. So, there's a very interesting shuttle event going on between Berlin and Lviv in Ukraine, which we are going to join today and shortly thereafter. Well, the flight over takes around an hour and 30-ish, the event lasts 3 hours, so I'm afraid we'll not make it back to Berlin in time, and therefore we'll be heading over to Frankfurt, where we have the Frankfurt Friday event that goes until 22 Zulu, so we'll have a very good time going back to Frankfurt. That also means we'll have a little bit more time in cruise than we would normally have available if we just went back to Berlin, so we'll hopefully have a bit of a time for a bit of a chat as well. So, thank you very much for tuning in, everyone. And Grandon, nice to see you. Ehawk, same for you. And Yaroslav, nice to see you on a flight to my hometown, Lviv. Wish you a good time. Well, thank you very much, my friends. And to Katri, great day for flight. Let me know if you've encountered the bug where all the window views are tinted black on the 800 or if it's confined to the 600. Well, I don't remember seeing such a bug at all yet, which doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but at least I haven't seen it yet. Okay, let's have a look into what we are actually about to do then. And as always, I am using SimToolkit Pro, where I've uplinked my SimBrief flight plan. And this is our plan for the first sector. We're flying the Uniform Romeo Uniform India Alpha aircraft from Berlin to Lviv. Expect a flight time, 1 hour and 20. Now that might just about become a little bit more due to the event traffic, but we'll deal with that in a few moments. Let's have a look into the weather then. We are going to use real-life weather, even though I have slightly changed the time of the day so that we can actually do a flight in daylight conditions. And this is our plan. Lviv, wind variable 1 meter per second, clouds broken 2000 in the forecast. And that's slightly coming over to 180 at 4. And our alternate, Dreshchov, I hope I pronounced it right, I probably didn't. But that is forecast light freezing rain, light snow, broom overcast 400. Overall, flyable conditions. So, I would say that is alright conditions. I will take a little bit of extra fuel due to the event, so we all know that and we know how these things can go. So let's take a bit of extra. Let's say maybe 15 minutes, so 500 kilos on top, so 5.8 makes it 6.3 tons of fuel then that we are going to take. Alright, that should pretty much be it with our first look at the flight plan. Let's head over into the cockpit and start setting our airplane up. As always, we have add-on sceneries for both aircrafts. Scenery, and we are flying on VATSIM as well. And here we are, right on the FMC, which is exactly what we need first of all. I told you I don't like the GSX refueling, so let's request our PMDG refueling truck. And for the rest of it, we are going to give GSX another try. It might just about be one too much, but you guys know I don't really want to stop with GSX quite yet. Alright. Let's get some power. There are moments where I don't understand why they're still using that squawk 1, 2, 3, 4 and keep the transponder on when parking the aircraft, but well. Right, we check the emergency escape rope, make sure the alternate gear extension door is closed. So if you ever find this open like this, your landing gear is not going to retract. So be sure this is closed. Circuit breakers all in. And onto the overhead panel. Flight recorder test, it's working. And then we close it again, observe the off-light and the master caution overhead. Stick shaker test, this is a bit of the thing that's still not working 100% realistic in the PMDG. Because the stick shaker test, even though it is, according to the manual, only going to start working 4 minutes after the aircraft is powered up. But in real life you can simply turn it on, or rather you can just turn the airplane on, start your procedure. When you get up here, you click on it and you will get the stick shaker. Just move a tiny bit for a second or so, but that is all you need to test it. Alright, check the escape rope as well, circuit breakers. You would have 2 torches down here in real life, not sure where they are in the PMDG aircraft, but then again that might just be a difference between equipment fitted in my airline and in whatever PMDG took as an example here. And of course we have the crash axe as well. Alright. Light test. Always important to do the light test because there are 2 bulbs per switch light, but those can easily fail. Like, for example, if I look up here, that's something I noticed straight away, that there is a light missing. Now in our case, that is of course because we do not have an air stair installed in here. But look at this, the pack lights are indeed not working. I think I saw that one on the last stream in the 737 already, but they are still not working, so might just about be worth another entry in the tech log. I'm pretty sure if we looked at the minimum equipment list, those lights would be acceptable to be unserviceable, but I'm very sure they would have to be repaired in like 10 days or so. So, might be worth sending PMDG another ticket about it, which I'm pretty surely gonna do after the live stream. Gonzalo made a new default panel state with Squawk 2000. Was so annoying. Yeah, I can understand that. I just could never be bothered to create a new panel state, cause the problem is with the beta testing that I am so often going to new versions that I would have to recreate those panel states all the time, and that's a bit annoying. Alright, watch the crew oxygen indicator here, make sure there is no pressure fluctuations as you're testing the oxygen mask. So, that looks like a pretty good initial setup for me. Now, looking at the HOTAS would be the next thing. We don't have any ATC online yet, so... Well, the one thing that we can do is have a look at our pilot client, and then here, if we type .matar EDDB, then we can get our weather over here. Wind is 109, I guess that's probably pretty surely runway 07 then, and probably gonna be 07 right, at least we're parking closer to that one, so let's try and set that one up. And Canadian Stick, can you also suggest PMDG to improve the fluidity of some of the external animations, like wing flags, engine fan blades, etc.? I can bring it up again, not 100% sure if something is gonna change on that, because it seems like they have pretty much... It seems like they've pretty much decided on what they have right now, but I'm gonna bring it up again. You never know what might or might not happen in the end. Michael, good evening. Back in Old Faithful once again, I see. Yeah, welcome. And Sobi, this is the first stream I've been able to watch live because I've been snowed in and can't go to work. Well, at least you get to do something. And Ruben, I'm not allowed to give you any news on the EFB. Robert Trandasso is gonna do an announcement when time has come. Until then, nothing I'm allowed to talk about. Non-disclosure agreement and stuff like that. Right, we set 6.3. Let's start fueling. And I'll give GSX one more try. Let's go to the payload page. We are planned at 119 passengers. So we want 5 in first class, and then we'll take 114 in the wooden class. Looking at 52.7 tons, so just 200 kilos in the front cargo compartment then. And I think this should pretty much do. Then, let's try GSX. A little afraid to even touch it. But, let's give it one more try. What could possibly happen? Oh, I know I asked that a couple times on the last live streams, and we've never been disappointed. Request boarding.
Boarding requested.
Let's see, the jetway is moving. The first vehicles are colliding. That looked interesting. Did you see that animation on the tail of the other Ukraine International over there? It's just for a split second. Not sure if the live stream even caught it. Alright. Anyway, let's start getting to work and feeding that flight management computer. 737-800, current IROC, 26k engines. Do you want to board crew? Yeah, I don't mind, you can board everything. Just get me going. So, what's the code? Alpha Uniform India. 2 Whiskey Bravo. BERlin, 7 right. And we're doing the ASAP 1 Quebec departure. Tariq Barab. Lima 980. November 195. Natef. Velax. November 195 DBET. And for the runway, I guess it's gonna be 13 over there. DBET. What are the planned? 1 Juliet. Well, ain't gonna do that. Let's have another look into the weather, just to be on the safe side here. 320 at 2, and it's becoming... oh, tempo 180 at 4. I'll stick with runway... you know what, let's change it. Runway 31. Then we can at least insert whatever there is in the... flight plan for now, and that looks pretty much like everything's connected already. Very good. So, looks like we've got money today, so we'll take Costa X30. Reserve 2.2, and finally 0 fuel 52.7. 390, 130 at 12. (5001), and it's 1 degree colder than ISA, so let's take -57. Ah. This will work. Temperature 0. And let's see. Airfield briefing. As always, taking it from Black Box 711. He's got very good airfield briefs. And what do we have? 7 right. Engine outset straight out, 25 miles to hold. Okay.
Your crew has boarded. Passengers boarding starting.
So they're boarding passengers. Refueling is complete. Let's put the signs on. Okay, we do this stuff later than in flight. And that should pretty much be it. Alright. Gonzalo, at what point would you do the takeoff briefing with your operator? As soon as both pilots are inside the flight deck and all the preparations are complete. So, pretty much, I'm now going over all those lovely switches we have in here, testing whatever is necessary. And when that is done, both pilots are here and have settled in, both pilots have prepared their iPads. That's normally a very good point to start doing the takeoff briefing. Also, visibility isn't particularly good today, but it's not all too bad either. So, nonetheless, temperature is 0. Let's put the probe heat on as well already. So, destination elevation is about 1,100. Oh, lovely, my frame rate is going down south. That is typically a good sign that time has come to kill GSX. Let's do that. And look at that! I just killed the Throttle engine, and all of a sudden, perfect frame rates again. That add-on is so messed up. And so unfortunate because it has such a good potential, or at least it used to have. Back in the good old P3D days, that is. And MSFS, well, not so much yet. Actually, earlier today I checked for a correct airline config of Ukraine International, and they were the very first airline I could ever find who actually had the flight control display installed. Okay, 1026, we'll probably not need any nav aids, but let's be sure, and the navgraph charts disappeared from my taskbar. Okay, lovely. I just updated them today. Did I break it then? I guess so. Well, that's unfortunate. That is, like, really unfortunate. Well, then we've just gotta help ourselves, and we're just gonna use the browser then. It'll be up for you guys in a second, just stand by one. Because it's just locked me off everything, so I just have to log in again. So give that a second and then we'll have it. Alright, so this is quite probably a lot better. Oh, import from SimBrief. Brass, I have no information on the EFB that I would be allowed to share. Okay, so I guess it's going to be the Quebec departure, probably for noise abatement reasons. That means initial climb to an altitude of 5,000 feet. Like this, and then we'll also put 5,000 down here. Just like a 220 knot restriction for the first turn up here. Okay. Right, that should pretty much be whatever we need. So let's go ahead and do a departure briefing then. Threats for the departure? Well, it's going to be quite busy, so other traffic, unfamiliar, not being very familiar with the call sign is a bit of a thing. I've never flown as Ukraine International before, so we'll just have a careful listen out. And our call sign is going to be Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Apart from that, I don't see any threats for this departure, so let's go ahead and do a route check. From Echo Delta Bravo, Uniform Kilo, Lima, Lima, and we are using SimToolkit Pro. So, Alpha Uniform India 2 Whiskey Bravo, and our routing leads us via the ASAP on Quebec departure direct Barab, Lima 980 Omava, November 195 Natev, direct Velax, November 195 DBAT. For DBAT arrival, runway 31, and that gives us a ground distance of 504 versus 492, that's close enough, 3.4 tons remaining, and we require 2.2 for a diversion to Poland. Okay, the UTC time is, well, 1053 in the simulator. In real life, obviously something different. Altimeter 1026 reading 160. The MFRA is going to be 1160, setting that right now. Standby instrument set, flight directors on, minus master, and it's going to be a lefty takeoff from a 07 right, flaps 5, noise abatement procedure number 1 here in Berlin. Engine outset, straight at 25 miles, climbing 3,000 feet to hold, that is going to keep us safe. And for the emergencies, above 80 knots, I will only reject the takeoff for fire warning, engine failure, predictive wind chill warning, aircraft unable or unsafe to fly. If I call stop, I will simultaneously close the thrust levers and disengage the auto throttle, apply maximum manual braking, and verify operation of the RTO auto brakes. I'll manually raise the speed brake lever, apply max reverse thrust, and when the aircraft comes to stop, I will set the parking brake. So now from the FO's point, if you call stop, I will note the brakes on speed and call speed brakes up and speed brakes not up and thrust burst normal indications. I will call 100 knots, 80 knots, 6 knots and the runway distance remaining. I verify your actions and call learn emissions. I will call auto brake disarm and select flaps 40 when the parking brake has been set and advise ATC of the reject. We then identify the failure and carry out any drills as appropriate. If we decide to evacuate the aircraft, we redo the evacuation checklist. Time permitting, we'll pull the CBRCB, you grab the lid, and we get out. If the call before we want us to keep going, there will be no actions below 400 feet except to cancel your warnings and raise the landing gear with a positive rate of climb. At 400 feet, verify heading, select and carry out the memory items. At the MFRA, we will buck up and retract the flaps and schedule. Flaps up no light, select level change, max continued thrust, engage the automatics, non-normal checklist, normal checklist, and then we decide on the further course of action. For our pushback, we are parking up here on Bravo 13, probably going to be on Victor 2, then via entry south, and Bravo, we go over here. We'll take the Mike 5 figures, but we have to be aware that there is a problem with the scenery, and some of the taxi markings might not be correct. But I guess that is pretty much all that we have to consider over here, so that shall be that part of the briefing complete. Our departure is the ASAP 1 Quebec departure, chart 20-3 Sierra, effective 24th March. Transition altitude 5,000 feet, versus in the FMC we have 5,001 feet. And simultaneous parallel departures in progress. Pilots have to proceed exactly on extended centerline until starting turns as published in the departure routes, and shall remain at tower frequency until further advised. Contact Brame Wader when advised by the tower. Sits a minimum noise routing. Strict adherence within the limit of aircraft performance is mandatory. Warning, close-in obstacles. Speed max 250 below flight level 100, and we don't have any other limitations in here. What we can do, just click delete, go on the flap speed, well, good job, that's not how the real one works. I'm gonna file a bug report. And no further commentary on that one then. Okay, let's get down to the routing part of things then. So we will be on the RSUP 1 Quebec, Delta Bravo 060, maximum 200 knots above 600 feet, and then it's going to be a right-hand turn, Delta Bravo 062, that's 131 degrees, 4.5 miles, that's close enough for me here. Left turn 068, 4.9 miles, inbound to Argox, then 090, 13 miles to Idoba, that is close enough. There are slight inaccuracies here, which is totally acceptable if they are just slight. And then it's going to be 099, 23.6 inbound to RSUP, which we do have in here. Stop climb 5000 on the 1 Quebec, which is in the FMC down here as well. Any questions on the departure briefing? No? Very good. I like that. And Simfly 4K, could you speak a little bit slower? Wow, I'm trying to speak slow already. My apologies, I'll try to make sense of it. Okay, let's get our clearance and see if we are gonna get something totally different now. 1 to 1.6, and we have HOTAS information whiskey. BERlin delivery, good evening. Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, information whiskey, request clearance to Lviv.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, BERlin delivery, guten Abend, information whiskey correct, cleared Lviv, RSUP 1 Quebec, flaps en route, climb 5000 feet, squawk 2007.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, startup approved, cleared Lviv, RSUP 1 Quebec, departure flight plan route, climb by set 5000, squawk 2007.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, read back correct for pushback, contact April 121.850.
121.850, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo.
Unit wings 196.
Okay, and 2007, he's approved our startup, I'll put the transponder on. Okay. So, just tell me if the audio is okay. Well, looks like it. Okay, then let's quickly do our performance. So for that, we are going to use the virtual performance tool once again. Really good tool, really recommendable. And we are in Berlin. Runway is going to be 07 right. We take intersection Mike 5 figures. The runway is dry. Wind 100 at 10. Temperature 0 and QNH 1026. We'll have the engine anti-ice on. And the rest can pretty much stay as it is. So first thing, we calculate that without a takeoff weight in. Because we use that to verify that we actually have a restricted takeoff weight here, which basically equals our maximum takeoff weight. So now we go ahead and let's do our takeoff performance figures. In the same time, let's give... Oh, lovely, GSX doesn't want to start anymore. 1 second. So, let's do our performance. Now, since we don't have a lid available here, we'll just take it from here. So, 0 fuel weight, 52.7. This is a gross weight, 59.1. So, 59,100. We'll take that in the performance tool. Calculate gives us 22k takeoff, 43 degrees. So, we have 22 at 43. And that's calculated at 1 of 86.8. Come on, GSX, you can do it. Yes. Prepare for pushback. Thank you. Okay, flap 5 takeoff. And no, we will not take de-icing. I'll take the trim from here, double click on the CG, gives you a trim. So we are looking for 5 units. Like this, takeoff speeds, they have to be within 1 knot from the OPT, so we have 134, 135, 139. Engine here 33, 34, 39. That is all within 1 knot, so we can take the FMC speeds. And enable 200 knots, that is not going to be a problem. And 139 up in the MCP as well. MFRA 1156. And we have 1156. Okay. So that's pretty much our takeoff performance complete. And Stefan, good evening to Berlin. Okay, then start the APU, and in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening from Flight Deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel. In the name of Ukraine International Airlines, I would like to welcome you all on board our flight to Lviv. Flight time today about 1 hour and 20 minutes. We expect a smooth flight at a cruising level of 39,000 feet. In flight, we will get back to you with the latest details about our route, but until then, sit back, relax, enjoy the trip, and if there is anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please don't hesitate to ask any of our cabin crew. The cabin crew will shortly point out some of the safety features on board this aircraft, so I would like to ask you to pay your full attention, and that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the people sitting around you. Once again, thank you very much for your attention, and welcome aboard. Safety inspection checklist and before start checklist down to the line. Services checks, checked. Maintenance status checked. Battery on. Electric hydraulic pumps on. Landing gear lever down. Ship's library checked. RS mode selectors, nav, gear pins. 1, 2, 3 removed. Light test checked. Oxygen test 100%. Yaw damper on. Nav transfer and display switches normal and auto. Fuel. So that's 5,770 required, 6,300 on board, and 4 pumps on. Cabin utility IFE on, emergency exit lights armed, fast melts on, window heat on, aircon and press, PAX auto, bleeds on, set, pressurization mode selector, auto, instruments, cross-checked, auto brakes, RTO, hydraulics. You always check the indication on the system display, the brake pressure indicator, and then you also look at the hydraulics panel to see if there's any light illuminated except for the engine low pressure lights. So hydraulics, normal. Speed brake, down to 10, parking brake set, stop from cutout switches, normal, wheel by fire warning, checked, radius, radar and transponder, set and alt off, rudder and aileron trims, 3 and 0, take-up briefing, discussed. PA, complete, FMC, CDU. Set, M1 and IS box, automatic, 22k reduced, speeds 133, 134, 139, set. Stop trim 5.6 set, performance weight and balance, sign send, phones off, UFB, airplane mode stowed, flight openers and cockpit door, locked, doors, closed, passengers. Seated, before start checklist complete. Okay, so with that we are pretty much ready for our pushback. Let's quickly have him remove the remaining ground equipment. So, APUs on the buses. And removing the trucks is going to disconnect the ground power and the PMDG as well. Berlin ground, good evening, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, stand Bravo 13, request pushback.
Austrian 2 Whiskey Bravo, Berlin,
No,
Print,
not
good
Austrian.
evening. Pushback approved, face south.
I confirm that's for Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, pushback approved facing south.
Apologies, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, pushback approved, facing south.
Thanks, pushback approved facing south, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. And there we go with the call sign. I told you earlier that it might be difficult, and I guess the same goes for the guys here as well. Okay, so now goes to the south, that's what we're gonna do. And before start checklist, below the line. Air compacts off, anti-collision light on, parking brake set, transponder out off, before start checklist complete, brakes released. And master caution, air conditioning, dual bleed associated. The can cancel
Oscar
that.
Delta 78, Berlin apron, good evening. Pushback approved, face west.
Alright, off we go. Igor, I just saw your question about now. Regarding the sound that plays in the, or the sound you hear in the cabin in the Airbus after engine start, that is the power transfer unit of the hydraulic system. You can get quite a bit better information on that one if you actually look at some of the channels of the Airbus pilots. But it's basically a system that transfers power from one hydraulic line to the other. Okay, starting engine number 2. N2. Oil pressure. N1.
Ground, Ryanair 125 Bravo.
Fuel on, valves moving.
Ryanair 125 Bravo, Berlin apron, hello. Are you facing... yeah, you are facing west, very good. Ryanair 125 Bravo, taxi via Foxtrot, Victor 3, hold short of Charlie.
Foxtrot, Victor 3, also Charlie, Ryanair 125 Bravo, sorry for the direction correct.
All fine, Ryanair 125 Bravo, no problem.
Okay, start a cutout, monitor 2. Too stable, let's pump in a little bit of warm air. Pack isolated, and starting engine number 1.
Easy 65 Whiskey, Berlin apron, good evening. Push and start approved, face west.
So we have N2, oil pressure, N1.
Good evening, ground. This is Eurowings 196. Requesting push and start from Bravo 06.
So in case some of you are wondering what I just did on the overhead panel, basically, looking at the system design here, we're currently starting in number 1, and we're using the APU bleed for that. That means that I've isolated the left side from the right side of the air conditioning system, and then I could turn the right pack on so that the right engine can already supply warm air to the cabin, while the left side is still turned off so that the APU bleed can be used for engine start of the number 1 engine. Normally that is a procedure we use in summer, but in winter it can be quite handy as well. Okay, we've started cutout, monitor number 1 stable. Then I don't see any reasons why we should not extend the flaps here. It's cold, but it's not. There's no precipitation. Okay, flight control track. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, and the rudders. Left, right, neutral. After start checklist. Generators on, APU off, start switches continuous, probe heat on, anti-ice on, air conditioning, PAX auto, bleeds on, isolation valve, auto, flaps, 5 required, 5 selected, and a green light. Step trim, 5 units, set. Start levers, idle detent, flight controls, checked, recall, checked, before taxi checklist complete. Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, request taxi.
Hey, Ukraine 2 International 2 Whiskey Bravo, taxi via Victor 2, hold short of Bravo.
Taxi Victor 2, hold short Bravo, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Okay, so it's straight ahead, and we hold short of Bravo. The taxi routing is understood. Lights on, brakes off, config. And left is clear, right is clear. The GT45, where can I find your checklists? Well, I'm afraid they are not publicly available.
2 Whiskey Bravo, contact tower 118.8. Bye bye.
118.8, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, bye. Okay, 118.8. Berlin Tower, good evening. Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, taxiing to hold shot of Bravo.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, Berlin Tower, good evening. Advise Able intersection Mike 3.
Or Able Mike 5, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, taxi to holding point 07 right via Bravo and Mike 5.
Taxi holding point 07 right via Bravo, Mike 5, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Okay, clear left and clear right. Then Bravo is the first taxiway to the right. Like this. Okay, so taxi isn't all that long. Let's go ahead with the takeoff briefing. Or actually, we can do the before takeoff checklist down to the line straight away. Config, checked, flaps, 5, green light, step trim, 5 units, set. Takeoff briefing. Lefty takeoff, runway 07. Right, flaps 5, noise abatement 2, and we are going to use takeoff speeds 133, 134, 139.
One departure ahead.
Sit straight ahead, pretty much to the departure end of runway, then a right turn out. Contact departure when advised by a traffic control, and make sure that we don't accidentally deviate towards the left, because that would bring us into conflict with the other runway. And that's pretty much it. Do you have any questions? No, very good. Cabin secure, before takeoff checklist complete down to the line. Okay, so Mike 5 is gonna be directly opposite to the taxiway on the right hand side. Close to Tango. Now we've just gotta find Tango. I think we have to go a bit further straight. Oh there, that's probably Tango. Stefan, what do I as a pilot think about the airport in Berlin? Well, I'm happy that it's operational. But apart from that, honestly, I haven't flown there ever since the closure of the old Schönefeld. So I haven't flown there since the days of the old Schönefeld. Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, runway 07 right, clear for takeoff. So that means that I'm not too familiar with the new operation there. But I've heard that they have severe staffing problems, so delays all over, just like we have at my home base. Okay, confirm readback. Cleared for... I don't even remember, I talk too much. Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, please confirm the last clearance.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, wind 1008, 10 knots, terminal 07 right, clear for takeoff.
07 right, clear takeoff to Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, thank you. Okay. I wasn't 100% sure, so that's why I just confirmed it again with air traffic control. Before takeoff checklist below the line. MCP. Set. Transponder. Tara. Strobe lights on. Landing lights on. Before takeoff checklist complete. So all left is clear. Can't see the right from here.
From Easter 65 for Whiskey holding shut off with task 3.
86 Mike Whiskey, Berlin Tower, good evening. Taxi to holding point runway 07 left via Victor 3, Charlie, Lima 2.
Climbing.
Taxi to holding point 07 left via Victor 3, Charlie, then Lima 2. 5 for Whiskey.
Stabilized.
Austrian 6
So
Romeo
take a
Alpha,
thrust.
taxi via Delta, hold short of Victor 4.
Taxi via Delta, hold short Victor 4. Austrian 6 Romeo Alpha.
Take a thrust set, indications normal. Checked.
Positive rate of climb.
You're up. Okay, we said don't deviate left and out. That line drawing looks a little messed up there. Looks like I'm collecting things for a report here.
Ukraine position 2 Whiskey Bravo, contact departure on 120.625, goodbye.
120.625, Trainer International 2 Whiskey Bravo, bye. Berlin, hello, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, passing 3,400, climbing 5,000, ASAP 1 Quebec. Back up.
Ukraine 2 Whiskey Bravo, departure, hello, identified, climb flight level
Top 1.
160.
Climb flight level 160, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Set. 160 checked, flaps up. And out into vent. Set standard. Passing flight level 38, climb flight level 160.
4,000 feet, QNH 10.
Flaps up, no lights. VNAV. And the after takeoff checklist.
672, turn right heading 300.
Air cannon press. 2.4. Set.
Additional 2 Whiskey Bravo, proceed direct ASAP.
Third ASAP Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Execute. Enough available. Enough. Okay, altimeters standard after takeoff checklist complete. Berlin is a bit of an exception with the increasing of the thrust, because they are rather unhappy with noise up here, so that's why my company says we don't increase to full climb thrust until we are above flight level 100 here. So we're going to keep it in climb 1, even though we're clear.
Bravo, contact Bremen radar 124 decimal 175. Flight
124 decimal 175, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, bye. And radar low, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, passing level 902, climbing 160 in ASAP.
Moin, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, identified, time level 190.
Climb level 190, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Set, 100 checked, and we're passing 100, so set full climb thrust. Then let's fly that acceleration real quick, and then we'll do the 10 checks.
Easy 43 Alpha, ready for descent. Easy 43 Alpha, descent, flight level 250.
Turn flight level 120, easy 43 Alpha.
And as you're getting faster, you slowly can see how the nose starts to come up, so I'm countering that with a little bit of forward elevator trim every now and then. Which is entirely normal in an aircraft that does not have electronic flight controls, so no fly-by-wire or whatever. Alright, our plane is stable, let's do the 10 checks. The fuel is balanced with 4 pumps on, lights are going off, APU off, aircon and press is now 5.0, climbing, and set. What's the temperature doing? That's fine. Okay, fast melts. We'll wait a bit with those, but the cabin can be released okay. Recall checked, monitoring 1 to 1.5. And that's the 10 checks complete.
Ryanair 007, monitor Unicom, goodbye.
Looks like we're lucky, ahead of the queue. Igor, thank you very much for the 11.99 donation. You're welcome. And Yannick, I'm afraid I'm not sure if Lviv Airport is still in service in real life. Ukraine has closed the airspace for any overflights ever since the beginning of the invasion. So I don't think they are doing any passenger service at the moment. If there is military service going on, I don't know. Flatterer, you asked me earlier on if I do like the taxi dynamics in the 737 now. And the answer to that is, they're okay, but they're not perfect. But I don't think... My flight level 230, Ukraine International, 2 Whiskey Bravo. Set, 230 checked, and minus 2 degrees, engine linear is on.
Proceeding direct, left
On.
Kilo Lima Foxtrot, Lufthansa 6 Charlie, danke.
Ryanair 125 Bravo, climb flight level 340.
340.
Okay. Sometimes, by the way, it is much easier to trim the airplane by looking outside rather than at the displays. So for example, if I'm looking over here where the clouds meet the glare shield, then I can see movements of the airplane that on the PFD I would never be able to tell.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, monitor Unicom, goodbye.
Unicom, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Okay, I would have hoped that they would have ATC staffed in Poland, since that is the majority of the route we're flying through. But well, looks like they don't, so let's go up to cruise level 390. Set 390 checked, and that is set once, twice, and 3 times. In the FMC, always look at the cruise page, compare that the cruise alt in here and the optimum altitude in here do agree, so the cruise is not above the optimum. And monitoring 1 to 1.5. So don't only check that the frequency is active, but also check that you're actively monitoring it, so that the volume is actually turned up for it. Alright, drifting slightly off, let's correct that. The maximum altitude at which we are allowed to still fly the airplane manually is flight level 245. Below that, it is allowed. Above it, it's no longer allowed due to RVSM airspace requirements. So inside RVSM airspace, it is mandatory to operate on the autopilot, with a single exception of TCAS events. If those happen, then you must disconnect the autopilot and follow the TCAS RA. But apart from that, we can hand fly the airplane up to flight level 245, and I'm definitely one of those kinds who do it. So, now we're reaching 240, command A, checked. But personally, I am the kind of guy who flies the airplane whenever it's possible. Of course, when the weather is bad, then it's not a good idea to fly the airplane manually. So in those cases, of course, I do use the autopilot below level, 240-ish. But if the weather is nice like it is today, then absolutely no problem hand flying that stuff. So, winter operations, a continuous thing here. So, you all know that we turn on the engine anti-ice when the temperature becomes 10 degrees centigrade or less and there is visible moisture, such as clouds up here. But did you know that we turn the engine anti-ice off again when the temperature, the static air temperature, which we can find on the progress page 2, is below minus 40? So it's minus 43 already, which means we can turn our engine anti-ice off now. And any moisture that might be left in the air is going to be so super cooled, it'll just bounce off the airframe as it hits the plane, and there is no chance that it might freeze on the aircraft. And Gonzalo, at flight level 300 we put the angle of bank selector back towards 10 degrees of bank. Okay, looks like we're pretty much leaving the clouds now, so let's release the passengers. Seatbelts auto. And this is normally the moment when you start picking up some turbulence. In real life, that's always the case. Whenever you are turning the seatbelt sign off, turbulence is gonna come on. I don't know why, I just put it under Murphy's Law. So, top of descent in 294 miles, 1208, that's gonna be in 40 minutes. In other words, we do have a little bit of time available now. So, since we do have a bit of time available, if you guys do have any questions, then more than welcome to ask them. Apart from that, let me just go up. There's been a little bit of stuff posted there. Yannick, Delta Alpha India Mike Kilo is on final now. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Lufthansa is actually bringing back some of the A380s, and they've just flown the first one back to Frankfurt today. Then, just going up a little bit in the comments, I hope you guys are actually still here. At least those who did ask questions. Simana, I heard we are getting the PMDG EFB for Christmas. Don't believe such rumors, please. Whenever there is news to be posted, then Robert Randazzo is going to post them. But stuff like we are getting it for Christmas and so, as much as I hope so, I can neither officially confirm or deny it. But what I can tell you is that I wouldn't believe anything that I don't see in writing from any of the PMDG staff in their forums. Okay, there is some oncoming traffic over there. Let's expedite that climb a little bit, just to pull above him. Vertical speed. So, maximum rate of climb speed is 254 knots, so I'll let the speed drop until 254. But we'll probably be right above him by the time we get there already. 15 miles ahead, you are not going to see him. And we are now pretty much clear, so back in the VNAV. I've recently had such an event in Italy, going to Rome. We've been cruising at 370. Eventually they gave us a descent clearance to flight level 350, I believe. And at some point they noticed, wait a moment, there's conflicting traffic. And I looked at the GCAS, and we had a guy coming exactly opposite, 1,000 feet below, 10 miles away. And we were descending at that point. When ATC noticed, we really had to make a very tight turn off to the right to resolve that conflict before it actually became one. So, in the end, we managed to get 1,000 feet below him by the time that we just about passed the 5-mile marker to that aircraft. So it was just about the minimum separation, but that was only including us. Turning away from the other aircraft. Then, Nuyi, how do rechecks work for a type rating? Is it like flight review? Actually, in the type rating, what we do is, or not in the type rating, but later on in our recurrent simulator training, we always include a line-orientated flight training exercise. So that is normally a short flight, for example, let's say from Stansted to Manchester. And something is going to happen on that one. So we are not allowed to tell exactly what, because the scenario is of course similar for every pilot, and we don't want colleagues who still have to do that simulator check to know what they can expect. So I know a couple of colleagues are watching this channel, so I'm not going to go into detail about exactly which malfunctions you get, but it might be stuff, for example, like a passenger getting ill, or maybe a hydraulic system failure, or maybe some fumes, or something like that. And when that exercise is complete, then I will put you in situations like an engine failure on a takeoff in 125 meters visibilities, or single engine approach to go around because you don't see anything at the minimum, and stuff like that. Then, Stefan, have I already decided whether I'm gonna feature the MD-80 or the BAE 146 next? I thought I had decided, because the vote turned out clearly in favor of the MD-80, so I started to go for that one, but I ran into an issue where the panel just basically froze up in the descents, and that happened repeatedly. Therefore the aircraft is currently not flyable on my computer, but I am in contact with the developers and we'll try to resolve the situation, and when that is resolved, then I will start featuring the MD-80 a little bit. I will do the 146 as well, eventually, but the MD-80 won the voting, so the MD-80 is going to be first. And that's a contact me from Warsaw, 12545.
Scandinavian 7730, proceed direct to Monarch. Direct Monarch, Scandinavian 7730.
Might just about take a second until I can answer because my headset just turned off.
Warsaw Control, good evening, left and right,
1 second, guys. Just gonna find the charger.
Level 400, proceed to India.
24409, good evening, you are identified. Proceed direct to Binka.
Direct to Binka, left and right for 409er.
Warsaw, Dobry Dan, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, climbing flight level 390 in Antwerp.
Ukraine International 12 Bravo, good evening, you are identified. Climb flight level 390.
Could you guys hear the controller? Now it works.
Identified. Climb flight level 390. Proceed direct to Asvem, Alpha Sierra Victor Echo Mike.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, climb flight level 3990, direct Aspen. Okay, 390 is in and we have one to go. And Aspen.
Load 3948, push and start approved, QNH 102.
Execute, LNAV available, LNAV.
Senior 5 Papa Tango, contact Warsaw radar south, 124.625, bye-bye.
126.625, Finnair, Papa Tango, again.
Bye-bye.
Revo, they released a fix for that already. Okay, I'm gonna look into that. I'll try it out tomorrow. If there is any good fix available, then I'm definitely gonna give that a try. And Gonzalo, which part of the training was harder for me, the ATPL or the type rating? Certainly the ATPL. Because the type rating is, you know, more hands-on. So in the type rating you learn stuff about the airplane that you're gonna fly and important stuff of the airline that you're gonna fly for. While at the same time in the ATPL there is a lot of general stuff and a lot of, for example, air law that you will hardly ever need and stuff like that. And I do find it easier to learn stuff hands-on than to learn stuff, you know, that you do need to know for the profession, or that at least you know where to find it. Okay, so concept. So let's see, we just reached a cruising level. Let's do a quick fuel check. In real life we'd start filling out that flight plan now, but luckily in Flight Simulator we don't have to do that stuff. So they predict top climb 18 minutes, 4.2 tons. We took 20 minutes, tiny bit longer, and we have 4.5 tons on board, which does make sense. We did take 500 kilos extra, so we are running pretty much very well on the fuel. Also, always worth it having a look into the fuel used, so be careful with that selector that you don't necessarily move it up in the same. Earned 1.8 tons, 4.5 on board makes 6.3, which is what we had. So that's just a quick sanity check to make sure that we don't have any fuel leak. Adding up the fuel used plus the fuel on board needs to equal the fuel that you uplifted on the ground. Another check, or another feature that we normally do, is that the pilot monitoring is going to tune the destination QNH from the META. So for Lviv we are looking at 1027 forecast. So what I am going to do is I will set 1027, or rather I will pre-select 1027 right now. And here we go. So by the time we get our HOTAS at our destination, and by the time that air traffic control clears us down to an altitude and gives us a QNH, we can use the QNH from the META that we just pre-selected to compare if there's any gross error in there. So in my airline, we recently got an email from the flight safety department that confirmed, I believe it was like 10 cases of QNH blunder error that were actually caught in line operations. So 10 cases where the pilots had an incorrect QNH set for whatever reason. And they did fly a non-precision approach where there was no external glide slope guidance available. So when you have an incorrect QNH set, that means you will be at an incorrect altitude. And just imagine a difference of 10 hectopascals, which is mostly what happens. So for example we have 1027 forecast now, but you might, for example, due to a language barrier, understand 1037 by the time air traffic control gives you a QNH in the descent. Then you would set your altimeter 10 hectopascals higher, which would mean that you would fly 270 feet lower than what is indicated. And if you think about flying almost 300 feet lower on a non-precision approach, that equals round about 1 nautical mile on a 3-degree glide. In other words, your profile would crash you into the ground 1 nautical mile ahead of the runway. because of those 10 hectopascals. So that's a really important check that we are doing there. And Zape, the program that I just showed you is SimToolkit Pro. Really useful program, not only for flight tracking, but it also includes your OFP in here. It gives you some streaming data as well, which is nice for live streamers. Like up here you can see some general data of our flight.
Saber 8 Tango Kilo, good evening, you are identified. Climb 360, proceed directly narrow.
And it has a lot of functions like logbook functions. For example, up here, let's close that OFP, we have ATIS and METAR. So,
3848 wind 09.
this is taken right from VATSIM. So, we're getting Lviv information Alpha at 1740, runway news 13. Okay, so we gotta change the arrival in our FMC in a moment. Visibility 10 km, overcast 1500, 0903 meters per second, plus 6 meters per second, temperature minus 1 QNH 1028, no sig. So, really nice features there. Also the load sheet giving you information like 0 fuel weight, passengers on board. You know, the kind of stuff that you don't necessarily have in your operational flight plan. It also has that pop-up load sheet function, even though that does unfortunately not show up on the live stream, if I'm not mistaken, due to the way that the streaming software works. Yeah, indeed it doesn't. Scratchpad for typing, for example, ATC clearances. Then of course the OFP function is probably the most important. But you can also pre-file your flight right from within here and stuff like that. So I really like SimToolkit Pro. It's quite similar to Volanta, but it actually existed before Volanta. And it's totally free to use. So, nice program. I absolutely like it. And of course it serves as a nice logbook as well. So if you go over to the logbook section up here. Takes a little while because there are a couple of flights in there, like 2,400 almost. So that's like all the stuff I've flown in the past, I don't know, 12 years or something in flight simulation. Right, back to the flight summary. That's the page that we do care about the most. And Bone King 1, have I also tried Volanta? I never did because I am very happy with SimToolkit Pro, so I really don't see any reason to try Volanta.
Western Carbon 2000 feet or 385.
3848 identified, climb 230.
Okay, as we just learned, Yannick, have you used other simulators before Microsoft Flight Simulator? Oh yes, absolutely. I used P3D, version 2 until including version 5, whenever they came out. Prior to that, FSX. Prior to that, Flight Simulator 2004. Even though I would say my, let's call it serious flight sim, has started with FSX. Let's take a moment as we are currently cruising along to actually start preparing our arrival. And Bone King 1, I'm eagerly waiting for the 737-900. Hopefully it will release before Christmas. I'm hoping the same, but I can't promise you anything. Unfortunately, but that's the way it is.
Good evening, please use at level 180.
International 796, good evening, radar.
Okay, so let's have a look into our arrival charts. They said we have runway 13 in use.
Okay, climb to level 370, international.
And Safe 532, what's my favorite flight sim? Most definitely Microsoft Flight Simulator. Okay, so for arrival.
Let's
change that, runway 13. And then for runway 13, let's see, approach is available. It is going to be the ILS approach. And then we just need a star as well.
409, proceed direct to Echo Lima.
And let's see, runway 13,
Lieutenant 4490.
What does this look like?
Straight ahead to Echo Lima.
DBET 2 Hotel. I guess they might use this one for sequencing. But what does the other one look like? DBET 7 Charlie. No, we aren't gonna go to the field like this. So DBET 2 Hotel. I guess that is what we can expect.
Echo Lima is the nearest point to the ship's hull. Are you sure in your instructions?
Yes, of course I am sure. It's not my request that I clear it for Echo Lima. It's the request for beam and radar. He asked me to give you a direct to Echo Lima.
Roger that. Recognize 4409.
Okay. Once again, quick cross-check to make sure that everything is correct in here. First of all, we can clear that. So, starting at DBET, and we have DBET above 9030, Lima Lima Whiskey 01, max 220, above 4930, that's correct.
27 Alpha Heavy, good
Lima Lima 303, above 2960, 302 above 2470, 301 at 2470. So, MSA 3000, and the airport's located at 1077. That means we will have to apply some cold temperature corrections.
ETSS 762, good evening, you are identified. Plant level 290, report reaching.
Since the outside air temperature is -1 degree. So that's the next thing in winter operations that we do have to have a very careful look at. Temperature corrections. So those of you who have not been here on my live stream to Moscow a few days ago will probably not be very familiar with the overall topic yet. So when the temperature is below the temperature of 0 degrees centigrade, we need to correct the altimeter indications. And what that effectively means is that for every feet of altitude we are seeing an over reading on the altimeter. In other words, let's just put it the very easy way. You guys know that when you heat air up, it expands. And if you cool air down, then it contracts. And generally, when you are now... when you have a warm particle of air, that means you are generally flying higher than your altimeter indicates. But when you have a cold particle of air, it means that your altimeter is going to overread. So you are flying lower than your altimeter actually indicates. And altimeters are calibrated for temperature according to the ICAO standard atmosphere. So at sea level that is 15 degrees centigrade. But since we rarely have ICAO standard atmosphere values, it means that we have to have a look into the altimeter correction when the difference becomes too significant. And basically from 0 degrees centigrade onwards we need to apply those cold temperature corrections. And we can find them in the AFCOM under supplementary procedures, adverse weather. And then we have a cold weather operations chapter in there. And that one contains a couple of tables that we can have a look at, which basically tell us the amount of correction depending on our height above the ground. So let's have a look into what one of these tables looks like. And we have it over here. So first of all, we need to take the difference between our height, or between our airfield elevation, and the height of the minimum safe altitude. Why is that? Because, of course, you could just correct everything, but you don't have to correct altitudes that are above the MSA. So first thing, MSA around the airport is going to be 3,000 feet, as we can see up here. And the airport elevation is 1,077. So to make it easy, we're going to calculate with 2,000 feet of air that for which we have to apply a cold temperature correction. If we now go back into the AFCOM, you can see 2,000 feet at 0 degrees. We have to apply 120 extra feet. In other words, our corrected MSA is going to be 3,120. And now we need to correct any altitude in the FMC that is below 3,120 feet. So let's go back to our star chart, and we can see DBET 9,030, no problem. Lima Lima Whiskey 01, 4,930, no problem. But from here we start seeing problems. So Lima Lima 303, 2,960 is below the corrected MSA. We'll take it very easy, and we're just going to add 120 feet up here, because that equals roughly the amount of correction that we applied to the MSA as well. So 303, 2,960 becomes corrected 3,080. Like this. Then let's go on. Waypoint 302, 2,470 feet. So that is around 1,500 above the field elevation. So the chart tells us we have to add 90 feet to that. So 2,470 plus 90, 2,560. And the same will go in here and in here.
Slot 3848, cleared, October 5 November arrival, expect ILS Yankee 11.
Alright, we have to do the same thing for the missed approach. So let's have a look into the ILS chart now. It's going to be the ILS approach for Romeo 13. Here it is. And the missed approach leads us to 2,960 once again. So that becomes 3,080 as we've had it up here.
Slot 3848, direct to Kosit.
It doesn't let us do that because it's coded as an altitude waypoint where we're gonna start our turn. So let's just put it behind it. In the end, we only need it as a reminder for our missed approach altitude.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, direct to DBET.
Alright, DBET, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. And execute. LNF available. LNF. Alright, so this is how we do those cold temperature corrections. And they are very, very important. Because if we have a look into the table once more, at 200 feet, which is the minimum for a Category 1 ILS, we might get just a 20 feet difference. But if you think about that, is a 10% difference between the actual minimums, or rather between the indicated minimums and the actual minimums. So you might fly 20 feet below an altitude where you would actually have to mandatorily start a go-around. So that's the next thing that we have to correct here from the ILS chart. You can see our minimum is located 259 feet above our field elevation. So in here, 259, we can see between 200 and 300, that's still indicating only 10 feet, so it doesn't make that much of a difference down there. So we're going to add 20 feet to that minimums, which means the new minimum is going to become 1,348 feet.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, contact Warsaw radar south 124.625. Bye bye.
124.625, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Bye.
Choose.
Okay.
521070, please. 7 minutes runway 11, please turn.
Clear for land, runway 11, lost 52.
Fiber 73 Papa, pushback and start up as a Trust, QNH 1029er.
Pushback radar, good evening, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, flight level 390, inbound DBET.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, Warsaw radar, hello, radar contact, when ready, descent maintain flight level 160, report leaving level 390.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, when ready, descent maintain level 260, welcome. Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, just confirm the cleared altitude again.
Level 160.
160, thank you very much, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Okay, 160 set. I thought I heard 160 as well, but I believe I read back 260 accidentally, but he didn't correct that. So I would expect air traffic control, if I accidentally read back something incorrect, to correct me on that. But he didn't. That's how I got a little bit confused, and that's why I just asked for his confirmation on the cleared altitude.
6947, identify the departure, continue climb flight level 240 and proceed direct to low C.
Direct low C and climb and flight level 240.
And lastly, he said report leaving, and I just replied will go, so will comply. Because report leaving is not an instruction that you have to read back.
Identified, cleared LVIV 5 November, expect ILS Yankee runway 11, direct LVIV.
LVIV 5 November, arrival to runway 11.
So that's pretty much all of our setup completed. Let's go ahead with the approach briefing. Threats for the arrival, I honestly don't see too many. The Ukrainians are normally very good at air traffic control. In real life, I've flown into Kiev quite a lot just before Russia invaded, so I'm quite familiar with Kiev. And even though I've never flown to Lviv before, I don't think it's going to be that much different. So overall, I do expect this to be quite an easy arrival. Also, we're number 1 in sequence, so I'm not too worried about any delays. However, number 1 in sequence, that means that we could simply just calculate for a shortcut. So we can see that over here, ATC might easily cut us short from DBET to something like 302 or something. Let's just take that, Lima Lima 302, and put that in here, and then see what flight level it calculates us to be at overhead DBET. And it wants us to be there at flight level 101. So what we can do now, we do have this level 90 restriction here, which we don't want to change. So what we can do is just go DBET /-1, then you're going to get a waypoint 1 mile before DBET. And 1 mile normally is 300 feet, so it's at level 101. So let's put this one on flight level 104. And personally I always like to add a below to that. Just in case something happens later on where the plane would like it to be lower, then it can still calculate that. Execute, and now we're covered for the shortcut as well. Final thing here that I totally forgot to do, because normally I do this on the ground already, but the logic in the PMDG is a tiny bit different from the logic in our real aircraft. So that's why I tend to forget this in Flight Simulator. Anyway, I'm just going to put the descent winds in. And in case you're wondering, yes, I did accidentally put level 100 above level 200, but it, as you can see, it corrects that automatically. So 153 at 12, 127 at 18. And in case some of you are wondering why I'm not using any automatic uplinks here, actually my airline doesn't have any of those, so we have to do this stuff manually as well. And that's why in the simulator I like to do it manually myself as well. That just makes my life, you know, a little bit more used to what we have, and most importantly probably, it means that I will not be too disappointed when I step into the real aircraft again. But interestingly enough, a lot of flight simulators are actually not very, well, they are over-expectant. So with that I mean that a lot of flight simulators do expect a lot of things to happen automated, while actually in real life these things have to be done manually. So the engines in the FMC is one of those examples. Looking at the feedback on my YouTube videos, the manual FMC entry has been viewed a lot less than the automatic FMC entry tutorial. And actually I see simmers everywhere asking like, can we get a sim brief uplink please? And I'm always like, you don't even have something like that in the real 737. Not even in those which are data link and uplink and everything equipped. They can upload routes, but uploading all the performance, hardly any airline does that at all. Alright, so, now let's actually get started with the approach briefing. At least once I tuned my radio. So, course is 130. Frequency is 109.5. And 15.5.
via Mike, Oscar Alpha Sierra Delta.
Okay, so threats for the arrival we talked about. Then let's have a quick look into the FMC. 250 below 100. Forecast page is filled in. Fixed ring from 13-10-4. Routing is going to be the DBED arrival, and that is available on a chart, which we should have somewhere over here. It is DBED 2 hotel arrival, chart 10-2 Echo, 16th November 18. From DBED above 9030 to... oh, sorry, that's the wrong chart indeed. Stand by. DBED 2 hotel, where is it? Here it is. Right, that's better. DBED to hotel, which is from DBED Lima Lima Whiskey 01, max 220 knots. And we're leaving level 390, ATC 100 us to report that.
Krakow approach is now online in Hikowers, Katowice, so please contact number 121.075.
11075, Papa, Troy, Papa, thank you.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo is leaving flight level 390.
075. 121.075.
Oops, blocked him. Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo is leaving flight level 390.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's go on. We have Lima Lima Whiskey 01, max 220 knots, above 4,930. Then Lima Lima 303, which is corrected above 3,080 feet. 302, corrected 2,560 feet. To 302, and then we have our final approach fix. 301, 2,470, corrected 2,560. That's 5 miles before the runway, so at the Charlie India we can put 180 knots or less. Like this. Let's approach for runway 13, chart 11-1, frequencies 109.5, set on both sides, courses 130, set on both sides, and elevation 1069 versus 1100 up here. Approach start at Lima Lima 301 in 2470 feet. We have corrected that one, 3-degree glide down to the minimum 1328, and we corrected that to become 1346. Missed approach. Climb on 130 degrees to 2960. Which in the FMC is 2960. We cannot correct that thanks to the PMDG logic. And after that, turn right to the VOR, then according to chart as directed. So, according to the chart is, just to Lima India Victor. Climbing 2,960 feet, we corrected that to become 3,080 feet, which is pretty much our corrected MSA. Taxi, we will have to backtrack. So, that is approximately 1,600 meters. That might just about be too little. So we might have to vacate to the left, but let's do a little bit of landing performance, and let's find out about that. So, we're going to Lviv, runway 13, 2.5. It's a dry runway as far as I can see. Currently no weather data published, but according to the VATSIM HOTAS, they right now have runway 13, visibility more than 10, overcast 1500, 090 at 3 meters per second. That means for here we can do 090/3M. Temperature is -1 and QNH 1028. Flaps, we'll start with flap 30, see where we get. And let's find out our landing weight. So in the FMC, we're using 400 kilos, which is landing weight of 56 tons. Calculate. So that's reverse no credit, 27 minutes. We want to be faster, so let's take the reverses all operational. 1942 minutes. Or we can go auto rate max and then we can vacate on the first exit. Or let's see what flap 40 is gonna give us. 1810, that should be good enough. Keep in mind this this contains a 15% increment. So let's make it a flap 40 landing using auto brake 3. And that should cover us very well. Okay, so that's pretty much our approach briefing complete. Our ultimate is in Poland. Weather over there is quite alright, and I would say that that's pretty much it. Any questions on the approach briefing? No? Okay. Alex, will I fly that MD-11? Not the one that's just been released. I will fly the TFDI MD-11 when it comes. But that Sky Simulation or whatever it's called, I'm not gonna use that. It's just not up to the kind of aircraft that I would like to feature on this channel. And Zape532, was that part of Navigraph or what program was it? The performance calculator you saw is called Virtual Performance Tool, and you can find it on virtualperformancetool.com. It's a really nice tool that very closely mimics the original Boeing LPT that we are using at work as well. So very recommended tool. Unfortunately it does come as a subscription only, but nonetheless very recommendable. Okay then, descent checklist. Pressurization, land out 1100, anti-ice, off. When you're replying to that, always have a look outside as well, to make sure that you didn't accidentally enter icing conditions while you might have been briefing in the descent. Approach briefing fuel discussed, IS and outbox, we check VREF, minimums. Personally I always check the auto brake setting as well. Checked and set. Approach checklist complete. Descent checklist complete.
Ocean 27 Alpha, leaving my space, radar service terminated, monitor Unicom 122.8, see ya.
122.8, thanks, right. Bye-bye, Ocean.
Briefing in the descent is always a little bit of a threat for the approach as well. For example, we just forgot to set our angle of bank selector back to 25 degrees. Because we've been busy while we've been descending through level 300, which is where we would normally do it. So, whenever you're doing short sectors and you are briefing in the descent, always do a quick panel scan afterwards to make sure that you didn't omit anything accidentally. That's always very good practice to do so. Stefan, I would also be very happy to have the PMG MD-11 in Master Flight Simulator. Still of mine for FSX and FS9. Yeah, that would be great, but I just don't see it happening. But TFDI promises to be very good as well. I did fly their 717 in P3D in 2016 or 2017-ish, and it was a very good aircraft back then. And I do know a couple of those guys from back then when I did a little bit of beta testing for them as well. And they are a very good team, and their 717 was really good, so I'm positive that the MD-11 is going to be excellent. And you can be very sure I will feature that one. I still remember doing a little bit of flying in the PMDG MD-11 back in the day. after I have been gliding, because I was actually introduced to the PMDG MD-11 by a friend in the local glider flying club, and we did a little bit of fun like that, like the localizer DME West approach in Innsbruck, where we literally try to do a straight-in approach for runway 08, descending at crazy rates and stuff like that. Of course, that was when we've been like 14, 15 years old, so that was playing around and had nothing to do with realistic aviation. But nonetheless, those are the memories I have on the PMDG MD-11, and it was a great aircraft back then. Unfortunately, it will probably never find its way into MSFS, just like it didn't find its way into P3D, but it was a good aircraft. I'm sure the TFDI is going to be a worthy successor of it. It's one of the add-ons that I'm looking forward to the most for next year. At least I certainly hope so.
Go ahead.
You copy my readback?
Readback, correct.
Leaving flight level 370, descending to 160,
And Zape, no, I don't use any mods for the clouds. Basically, my overall visuals in Max Flight Simulator are default. So what you see is what you get. And I haven't actually changed any of those settings, at least not to my knowledge. I don't think I did. So this is actually all default, and mostly on default settings as well.
Good evening, please use at level 370 inbound to Bravo.
Okay, 796, radar, hello, radar contact. Ukraine Threshold 2, Whiskey Bravo, contact LVIV, frequency 120.525.
120.525, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, bye.
Lot 2, Papa Charlie pushing start to proof 2.
The VIF approach, good afternoon, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, descending flight level 160, inbound DVI information Alpha.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, good evening, leave radar identified, you're cleared via DBED 2 hotel arrival, expect LS approach runway 13.
DBED 2 hotel arrival, expect ILS 13, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, and we are standing by for further descent.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, from present position, proceed direct to Lima 303 and descend to flight level 120.
Alright, Lima 303, descend flight level 120, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Set, 120 check, level change, and 303. Looks good, execute, LNAV available, LNAV. Let's do that different. Vertical speed.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, descend to altitude 6,000 feet, transition level 110, QNH 1028.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, descend 6,000 feet, transition level 110, QNH 1028. Set, 1028 checked, and set altimeter 1028, passing 14,700, descending 6,000, no flex, stand for altimeters, set. I'm right now using vertical speed mode in order to get my airplane down below the VNAV path, and then at 100 we'll take it into alt hold to lose that airspeed again. Sometimes I just like to use vertical speed over level change because it gives you a little bit better control of the actual aircraft's trajectory, and that is something that I personally quite like. Of course you have to have an eye at the speed, so we are slowly but steadily approaching VMO over here, so that's something to have an eye on when you're doing this. In level change, the airplane just responds very slow and very sluggish, which I don't really like, so vertical speed just gives you a little bit better flight path control there. But that really comes down to personal preference. If one of the line trainers in my company hears this, then I'll probably have a chat with him, because my company doesn't like us to do that. They would just have wanted us to go to VNAV and then use the speed brake to get down. But personally, I am not all too happy with that. But yeah, well, there are many ways to roam. Let's use a bit of speed brake now. We're planned at 270 something knots, so approaching the profile now, approaching the deceleration segment over here, as you can see by the green dots. So I would say we are pretty much on profile at the moment, with the speed dropping nicely. And we hardly had to use any speed brake at all. Like that bit that I just used hardly made any difference. Bubble change.
6,000 feet, Kinetic rotate, uniform Bravo. Great International 2 Whiskey Bravo, from present position, proceed direct Lima Lima 302.
Direct Lima Lima 302, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Okay, execute. LNAV available, LNAV. Altimeters, passing 100, descending 60, 10 checks. Fuel balanced, 4 pumps on, lights on, angle of bank, 25, aircon and press. It's 3.0, descending, and set, fast modes on, recall, checked, 1.5, deselect. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing. 10 checks complete. Enough. Let's use the speed brake to fly back into this. Okay, back on profile, back on track. What else could you ask for? Approaching those clouds, engine ATS on. Right, then dim, tire shown.
Oscar Kilo Delta 78, very good evening. The freighter identified. You are cleared via Tibet to portal arrival. Expect Dallas approach runway 13.
One to go, vertical speed.
Direct to Tibet, portal Bravo, runway 13.
Oscar Kilo Delta 78. From present position, proceed direct at Lima Lima 303, descend to level 130.
Descend to 130 and...
Talking about winter operations, I told you previously we have to correct those altitudes. Now when air traffic control is vectoring us, or when he is clearing us to altitude, then he is responsible for these corrections to be made. So if he's clearing us to an altitude, then he has to do those corrections. As always, we try to do the continuous descent approach, so that's why I just went to vertical speed, and I start reducing my airspeed now, rather than flying it all the way to the decel point, but then flying level in 6000. So I'm using that strategy in order to keep the engines at idle and keep losing energy.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, continue descent to altitude 2500 feet.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, descent altitude 2500 feet. Set, 2500 checked, level change. Let's maintain those 230 knots. Always feed it into the VNAV pages as well, so that they get updated, and that the profile gets updated. You can see we're now a little bit above our profile, so we are just gonna solve that with our flaps in a few moments. Let's do a quick frisk check then. So we have frequencies 109.5, set nav 1, nav 2, rings, runway 13, 10 miles, 4 miles, idents. The real airplane gives us the ident up here as well. Unfortunately, this one doesn't, so we have India Lima Oscar and India Lima Oscar, and a quick look at the ILS chart confirms that they are indeed running under India Lima Oscar. Standby instruments are set and course is 130, which matches with the FMC as well. Approach checklist. Altimeters and instruments. Second cross-checked. Approach rates checked and set. Approach checklist complete. We've just overflown the deceleration point in the VNAV profile, but since we are currently a bit above the profile, I keep the airplane in level change and start reducing my speed like this, because it makes things a little bit smoother. Flaps 1. Now of course I'm taking the flaps out a tiny bit earlier because we are a little bit above the profile, so I'm taking the drag on a bit earlier. Also we do have our engine ATRs running, which we would by default, or which in the VNAV profile we would not have on. And reduce speed further, 180, that's 5. Speed checked. Top 5. Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, confirm we're cleared for the approach.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, apologize, guys, I was approach runway 13, report establishment was flight.
Cleared to LS 13, Wilco, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Approach arms. Warlock captured.
Contact you on Delta 78 to the extent to
I'm heading 130, Lightstop captured. And we have 3080, so that becomes 3100 feet set.
Descent to 5000 feet, transitional level 110, okay, range 1028.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo established.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, contact Leaf Radar on 13.0, have a nice landing, goodbye.
Please confirm 130.075, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, negative 128.0.
128.0, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Okay, 1280. Lviv Tower, good evening. Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, established ILS 13.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, hello, Lviv Tower, expect backtrack via taxiway 8.
Expect taxiway 8, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Okay, taxiway 8.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, wind 090 degrees, 3 meters per second, runway 13, clear to land.
Runway 13, clear to land, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, and can we vacate directly via taxiway 5?
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, if you are able to vacate via 5, no problem, then vacate via 5.
Roger, vacate via 5 or backtrack via 8, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Okay, so runway is in sight. Engine NTS off. And wait, clear to land. Auto throttle can go off. Auto pilot off. And gear down, flap 15. Landing checklist. Start switches, continuous, recall, checked, speed brake, arm green light, landing gear down 3 green. Auto brake, reset, flaps 25. Flaps 40. So, flaps, 40, 40, green light. And now my throttles are responding. I was wondering for a short moment. So this is better. Landing lights on, landing checklist complete. Once again, the terrain looks beautiful. $500, continue.
+100.
Check.
Minimums.
Continue. Windsocket's a little bit gusty down there as well. Disregard that glide slope.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Speed brake up. Thrust was normal. Yeah, that glide slope brought us in a little bit too far. Manual brakes.
Tower, good evening. Uniform Romeo 512. Establish on runway 13.
Uniform Romeo.
Then we'll have to backtrack via taxiway 8 up here.
Number 1.
Continue approach. Runway 13, number 1. Uniform Romeo.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, you want us to enter all the way via taxiway 8, or can we just do 180 on the runway?
Uniform 2 Whiskey Bravo, you can backtrack via taxiway 8.
Roger, backtrack via taxiway 8, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo. Okay, then we're gonna do that. Would have been easier just to do 180 on the runway. But
Uniform Romeo 512, expect late landing clearance.
Expecting late landing clearance from Romeo 512.
so, he did give us our backtrack clearance, so let's expedite things a little. Five miles out. Yeah, shouldn't be a problem. We'll just go fast and then it won't be a problem. It is a bit scary though, having an aircraft coming right onto you there. But here we go, runway vacated. Well, once we're beyond the line over there, but that won't be a problem now.
Uniform Romeo 512, surface wind 090 degrees, 3 meters per second, runway 13, clear to land.
Runway 13, clear to land, Uniform Romeo 5.
Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, thank you for this fast backtracking. Now contact review ground 120.05, bye bye.
120.05, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, my pleasure, see you later.
See ya.
LVIV ground, good evening, Ukraine International 2 Whiskey Bravo, runway vacated.
International to Whiskey Bravo. Lviv ground, good evening, welcome to Lviv. Taxi to stand Bravo 5 via taxiway 7.
Taxi stand Bravo 5 via taxiway 7, Ukraine International to Whiskey Bravo. Okay, so taxiway 5 is over here, and stand Bravo 5 is over here. So straight out, right and turn. Off we go. I guess in here they go as Alpha.
Bravo.
Follow me, no thanks. Okay, number 6 and one further. Into number 5. Clear on the right.
Clear ground, good evening, uniform number 512, runway 13, package.
Okay, we'll take it from here. Not a very realistic marshalling, so wanting GSX. Certainly has room for improvement, but we have 2 blue, 1 red, engines dead.
Bravo 2 via taxiway 7.
Taxi to Bravo 2 via 7, uniform number 5.
Okay, so that's 20 engine 1 and 2 below 20. Anti-collision off. Transit shutdown checklist. Electrical on APU. Fast modes off. Pro-Pete auto. Anti-ice off. Voice recorder on. Air complex auto. Engine bleeds on. APU bleed off. Exterior lights set. Flaps up. Sorry. Start switches off. Auto brakes off, speed brake, down attend, flaps, up and light, parking brake set, start lever cutoff, weather radar off, transponder, 2000 standby, CBSCB in, cockpit door unlocked, shutdown checks complete. Shall we give GSX another try? See if the frames are going down again? Let's give it a try. Alright, so welcome to Lviv. From now, we'll fly on towards Frankfurt. And I know that some of you will want to see the landing rate, so let's bring up Sim Toolkit Pro and I'll get you the landing report in a moment. So that's our route of flight. You could very easily see the shortcut that ATC have given us there, but before we go on with that, let's have a look at our runway. So that would have been our runway threshold, and we touched down just past the aiming point. Pretty much exactly on the center line. 260 feet a minute, so positive landing, but then again, the intention is to hit the aiming point as good as possible and not to, the intention is to hit the aiming point as good as possible and not just the, and not just butter the airplane down. So, overall, positive landing, but a good landing. And from here on, we'll go straight on and plan our next flight. Now, I know that quite a lot of you do love seeing how I actually do those flight plans. So why not as well just have a look into how I do actually plan those flights. So, sim brief, dispatch, my flight plan, and I want a new flight. We will be Alpha Uniform India 102 from Uniform Kilo Lima Lima to Frankfurt today. Aircraft, I am normally using my November 738 blended winglets up here. That's the aircraft that I set up during the beta and it works pretty fine. And then we can change our registration to Uniform Romeo, Uniform India Alpha in here. Departure. Well, let's make it on the hour. So, 2000 Zulu. Let's make it a 2-hour flight for the schedule. And we want 160 passengers. Plus a little bit of cargo as well. 1 ton. And our call sign is gonna be a 3 X-ray Yankee. Okay, we'll take the Rhino layout, 5% contingency, 30 minutes reserve. Taxi out is hopefully just gonna be like 10 minutes or so. Weather in Frankfurt is showing 030 at 11, so runway 07 it is. Forecast is prop 30 tempo, 4,500 meters in light drizzle. Okay, no problem whatsoever. Some snow coming from 2000 UTC onwards. And actually light snow, prop 30 tempo, okay. In case they do runway clearing, we'll take half an hour of extra fuel. Come on. Thanks. And that is something that we just take right from the company. Cost index, well, we do want to get there fast. Let's go cost index 50. So that's the flight as planned. Significant weather chart. Some turbulence, some icing. Some turbulence, some icing. That's about it. And the arrival already includes the transition. Very good. So that looks pretty good to me. Let's try and generate that and see what is going to come out of it. I didn't quite like that wind, so let's just put 380 in. Remember the fuel. Look at that, 100 kilos less. For 100 kilos less, I would, without any problems, take some additional, or use up some additional gas there. Or rather, a little bit of extra time, like it's an hour 42 now. And Ufran, yeah, I just noticed I accidentally muted myself, so my apologies for that. So yeah, I would say we do it like this. Let's plan the level a tiny bit lower, 360, because we are gonna be... Actually no, 38 should work well. Just updating that once more to make sure I have the most current flight plan here now. R42, 380, looks good. Free-fall flight. On VATSIM please. And of course the VATSIM servers are slow once again. And save 532 audio is gone. Okay. Can you hear anything now or nothing, or what's going on now? Because the audio was just gone for a second, but at least on my streaming software it shows like it would be back now. Ah, okay. Now saying never mind. Perfect. So that's our flight plan pre-filed. And that's pretty much how I create my operational flight plan. And Ufran, thank you very much. Can hear everything perfectly now. So, from here on, we've got that part complete. So the next one in my routine is always going to be Sim Toolkit Pro then. So, thank you for this. Don't need this anymore. No GSX, we will not deboard anyone. We are going right out again. So, back to flight planning. Load from SimBrief. And in a second. Here we go. Aircraft, I always take my November 738 Bravo Whiskey. So in case you wondered why I had an incorrect registration showing, this is the reason why. Alright. And we're locked onto the network. Perfect. Then fuel, we are going to take, well, this includes half an hour extra for possible snow clearing, as we have in here. So 8.6 tons is going to be fine. So let's go for that. Okay, we do need some chocks, please. And with these temperatures, we also need some APU bleed. Fuel truck requests 8600. Okay, so second sector. FMC stuff. Let's see if we can just expedite that a little bit. I know we've done the proper setup once today already, and we do want to get flying in the end again. Even also because we don't have, like, for a very long time available. So, UKAL to... sorry, I'm still in the Airbus mode. To Frankfurt. Does it have the company route? Yes. Very good. And DBET 1 Golf is what we plan for. Well, wrong runway. So let's just take something, and we can still change it in the aftermath. And Frankfurt, Tyler 07, and we're coming in from Karax, so Karax 3 Delta arrival. With the transition, activate. So, cost NX 50, reserve 2.6, leading us to Düsseldorf. And 58.10 fuel. Flight level 380. And let's see, if I give it 8.6 tons of fuel, then 379 is the trip, so 38 is gonna be good. ISR deviation -4, so we've got -60 degrees out there. And we'll take care of the transition in a moment. Temperature -1. Engine outset, do we have anything? No, have no airfield brief available. Then we are just going to take it straight at to 25 miles. 4,000 feet is going to keep us safe in any case. And KSN Uno, when I want to fly the second leg, my route doesn't appear. Oh, okay. On mine it worked fine, as you can see. I just created it now, and as you see, everything works. Not sure why that might not work. Really, no idea. Okay, Yon and Patron, and we will need a bit of center pumps as well, but we can only turn them on once they're actually loading up the fuel over there. We can request a ground power unit. Okay. Refueling progress, so the seatbelt signs stay off for now. 380. And Frankfurt's at 350 feet if I'm not mistaken. Let's make it 400. We do have engineering here, so right ignition is going to be in use. Flight directors are on. Initial climb, I don't really know. We'll find out when we get our ATC clearance. Reset the fuel flow, always important. Or reset the fuel used, to be precise. And that's pretty much our setup complete. Okay. They are fueling, very good. GSX seems to be pretty much done. I will deselect the ILS frequencies. That kind of declutters the displays a little bit. Always like it better like this. Okay. So that's most of our setup done. Let's go ahead then, quick look into the departure charts. Unload the flight, import from SimBrief, and here we go. We can take our airline charts, and that's it. Synchronize charts with current flight. Oh god, wrong runway once again. So, runway 13. That might be better. So, let's have a look into the charts. Well, okay, it's definitely going to be the Foxtrot, because that is the RNAV version. Okay. And Zabe532, I'd love to fly along with you in VATSIM, but Frankfurt is a little too busy for me at the moment. Yeah, no worries. It is very good that you're making that decision and that you're actually saying, like, no, Frankfurt is too busy for me, so I prefer not to go there. You can, of course, always try to go back to Berlin or to another place that is not so busy. Alright, anyway, what we have to do still, we'll take the Foxtrot departure, that is pretty much for sure now. But that means we also have to apply altitude corrections once again. Transition altitude, 10,010. And then once again, we remember we corrected that one earlier to 3080, so let's do the same right here, right now. Like this. And that's pretty much it. Okay. Then, threats for this departure. Well, to be honest, I don't really see any. The Ukrainians are doing a very good job in air traffic control, so I don't see any reason to, I just don't see anything here. So, Uniform Kilo Lima Lima, Echo Delta Delta Foxtrot, Alpha Uniform India 3 X-Ray Yankee, and that is on here. Routing is by DBET, Direct Lazarus, Direct Sulet, Direct Robel, Tango 178 Karax, and that's it. With a ground distance of 682 versus 699. It's a tiny bit longer in here due to the arrival transition, but 4.6 remaining, 2.6 required, so 2 tons of extra fuel. That is more than what we need. Okay. UTC time 12:49, altimeter 1028, reading 1100, MFRA 2100. Flight directors are on with the master on my side. Standby instruments set. Left sea takeoff, runway 13, flaps 5, noise abatement 2, and no specials. EO sits straight at 25 miles, climbing 4000, keeps us safe above the corrected MSA of 3100 and a bit. Emergencies as briefed. For the pushback, it's gonna be one with the nose to the left-hand side of the airplane. And we'll taxi out via taxiway 7, most likely. I guess somewhere over here, via that main taxiway. We have that a bit closer up. We probably do. Yes. Okay, so via taxiway 7, and then all the way over here for full-length departure. We'll see if the OPT has any intersection figures available, like intersection 2 or 3. That might make things a little bit quicker. We can actually just do that now, so reset current aircraft, and then take off dispatch. We're in UKAL, Lviv, Romeo 13, and we have intersection 5 even. Okay. Well, we don't want to take 5, but we can take 4. So, 5 would be the wrong direction, but 4, end of the apron, very good. That certainly looks like a place where we can vacate. And Stefan, very nice to see this complete planning procedure. You're welcome, my friend. I thought it would be about time that I show you how to do these things in the airline way. Okay, the rest of that we'll fill out later. So, intersection 4 and anything beyond that is available. Our departure then... once again, I have the incorrect chart marked here. That's something that I'm still struggling a bit in the new Navigraph app. So in here, DBET1 Foxtrot, that is in. Ah, I just forgot to synchronize it, okay. Okay, so the routing is straight at 130, 5.3 miles. 130, 6.3, yep, that's because this one is from the departure end of runway, while the FMC takes the threshold. So to Lima 401 above 2,960, and we have applied the cold temperature correction to that, 3,080. Right turn 220, 5 miles, Lima 403 above 3940, that's above the corrected NSA, so no correction needed there anymore. Then a right hand turn 281, 12.4 miles, Lima Whiskey 01 above 9,030. Then 285, 25.5 to DBET above 10,010. And we have all of that in. Speed limits, let's put 220 knots at waypoint 403. That should assure track keeping and gets us to a better altitude hopefully soon. So maybe we can get a small direct somewhere over here. Apart from that, 250/100, I don't think that's in Ukraine by default. But now it's in. Okay, and that should pretty much be our departure briefing complete. So, what's the fuel truck doing? Done. Very nice. Okay, I would say then it's about time to grab our IFR clearance. We don't have a delivery over here, so we're gonna get it from ground. With ground, good evening, Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee, information Bravo, request clearance to Frankfurt.
Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee, Legrand, good evening. Airport to Frankfurt at files, runway use 13, DBET 1 Foxtrot departure, initial climb 6,000 feet, and after departure contact Lviv radar 120.525, Yoke 3335.
Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee, clear to Frankfurt from runway 13, DBET 1 Foxtrot departure, climb altitude 6,000 feet, after departure 120.525, squawk 3335.
Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee, respect correct.
Okay. So, 333 and 5. And in the box we have 13, DBET 1 Foxtrot as cleared. Okay, that's pretty much our setup complete, so I would say it's about time we request our pushback and, well, at least get GSX to work. Prepare for pushback and departure. De-icing? No, will not be necessary.
Please stand by for engine start until push completed and brakes set.
Roger. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, very good evening on board our Ukraine International Airlines Flight 102 leading to Frankfurt. My name is Emmanuel and I'm going to be a captain today. With me on the flight deck are a lot of very nice gentlemen who are currently watching this live stream with me. Expected flight time today is about 1 hour and 40 minutes. We expect a smooth ride at 38,000 feet and an on-time arrival. I would like to thank you very much for being with us. Sit back, relax, enjoy the flight, and if there's anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please don't hesitate to ask any of our cabin crew. Once again, thank you very much for your attention and welcome aboard.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Okay, so they should be ready in a moment. Why is the door still open? There's still anything connected? Ah, now they're closing it. Very good. And then you can remove the chocks as well and the ground power. APU is on and on bus. Okay. Transit before start checklist, please. Actually, no. Before we do that, we could do some performance. So first of all, the loading. We said we have 160 passengers, so 12 in first and 148 in economy. 56.3, and our planned weight on this one was supposed to be 58.1, so we can take an additional 1,800. Let's make it 1,400 in the front, and 600 in the back. Okay, 58.1 should be good enough versus 58.1, 66.7. Then, takeoff performance.
Left ground, ready for taxi.
LVIV dry and latest wind from the HOTAS is 090, it's 3 meters per second. Temperature -1 and the altimeter 1028. Okay, takeoff weight 66.7. Calculate. Peter, hello to Fallon, Ohio. Nice to see you here. Okay, so 26K, 31 degrees. That is quite high. I don't see any reason not to assume, so 95.2 it is. Flaps 5 takeoff, and the CG will be automatic, trim 5 units, and that gets us takeoff speed 138, 140, 149. 3840, 48, good enough for me.
Behind taxi, Ukraine International 737, and taxi to the gate Bravo 4.
Okay, perfect, now that's our setup complete. Okay, transit before start checklist. Gippins. 1 to 3 removed. Oxygen test 100%. Yaw damper on. Fuel. So 6.6 liquid, 8.6 liquid, 8.6 on board, 4 pumps on. Fast modes on, window heat on, air can press, back auto bleeds on set, press mode selector, auto, instruments, cross check, auto brakes, RTO. Speed brake. Down to 10, parking brake set, step from color switches, normal, radius radar transponder standby, radar and aileron trims, 3 and 0, take a briefing, discussed, PA complete, FMC CDU, set, M1IS box, automatic, reduced 26K, speeds 138, 140, 148, set, step trim 5.2 required, and set, performance weight balance, sign send, phones off, EFB, airplane mode stowed, flight operators cockpit door locked, doors closed, passengers... Sorry, passengers seated before start checks complete. And we're ready to go. Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee stand 5, request push and start. No, Charlie. Is he gonna call us now? You're receiving the transponder mode, Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee. Push start approved, face northwest, Ukraine International 2 X-Ray Yankee. Before start checks below the line, air complex off, anti-collision on, parking brake set, transponder out off. Before start checklist complete. So continue push, and they basically set nose to the left, so...
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start release until push completed and brakes set.
Okay, brakes released.
Commence and push. Due to icing conditions, please stand stand by for engine start until push completed and brace set.
Yeah, that's a bit of nonsense. Due to icing conditions. First of all, which icing conditions? And second, why should I delay the engine start? That's nonsense. We're gonna start the engines as normal.
6,000 feet after departure, 120525, squawk 3337, Ukraine International 7.
Stefan, do you actually check anything on the electrical panel during the normal everyday operations? Literally only that we switch our sources. Apart from here, we don't touch anything. Well, the battery, of course, when we're powering the airplane up, but up here, nothing. That stuff doesn't really matter. Some switch it along, but it doesn't help you. So, start engine number 2.
International Japan Foxtrot.
And 2. And 1. All pressure.
Set parking brakes.
Starting engine 1.
We have a good engine start.
No, not yet. I thought this thing was a bit faster. Start a cutout. Monitor 2. And I'll isolate the pack once again so that we can warm up the cabin and start engine 1. And 2. Hold pressure. And 1.
Unlocking gear.
25%. Watch the valves in transit. And here we go.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Quickly, anyone know how to change the display between the FMC to display the flight path? I have no idea. Sorry. In fact, I don't even know what you're asking. Sorry. Start cutouts. Monitor 1. Roughly 2, 4, 6, 3. Number 1 is stable. So, flight control check. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Rodders. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Ukraine International 76, ready for push.
Before taxi checklist. Generators on, APU off, start switches continuous, propede on, anti-ice off, air conditioning, PAX auto, bleeds on, isolation valve, auto, flaps. 5 required, 5 selected, and green light. Step run, 5.2 sets. Start leavers ILD attempt, flight controls checked, recall checked, before taxi checks complete.
Taxi via taxiway 7 and hold short before Ukraine International 3 exit correction for International Boeing 737.
Via taxiway 7 and hold short before the Ukraine International 737 quality 114.
Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, request taxi.
Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, taxi to the holding point on way 1, correction 13, via taxiway 7 and taxiway 1.
Taxi 1 upon runway 13 by taxiway 7, taxiway 1, Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee. Okay. 7 and 1. Verify takeoff speeds. Why that?
via taxiway.
We have the speeds in. We have our flaps in. We have our N1 in. Oh, they are verified. Okay, brakes off. Config. And we are clear left. Clear right.
Taken by International 706.
Metal Eye, hi, nice to see you. Rob is online. Maybe it means 739. Maybe. Nothing I'm allowed to speak about. So there's still one guy at the holding point over there, so there's no reason just to go to the holding point over here now. You know, just for the sake of taking the intersection. If there's someone still there at the full length, then we might just as well taxi there as well and take the additional runway length with us. Seems to me like someone is turning final over there, maybe a VFI aircraft, as he seems to be quite close.
Quality 114, stand Pro 8 is occupied, so can we pick up the stand number 3?
Okay, before takeoff, check this down to the line. Config, checked, flaps, 5, green light, stepchin, 5.1, required 5.1 set. Takeoff briefing, lefty takeoff runway 13, flaps 5, noise abatement 2, speeds 138140148, and the sit straight ahead, right turn out. One airborne, contact departure 120525. Oh, hello there. Hi. That was interesting. Someone lost control of his airplane. Okay, anyway, let's continue from here. So, emergencies. We go straight ahead, 25 miles, climbing to an altitude of 4,000 feet, and that's the briefing reviewed. Cabin, secure before takeoff checks complete. And I could definitely have turned on the taxi lights, that would have helped. Forgot about those. I'll stop a tiny bit earlier to avoid getting into the jet blast from the other Ukraine International over there. Brake set. Ah, now he's rolling. Then we might do the same. Park and brake off again.
Grand Olympic 2137, requesting taxi to the gate.
Goodwin, can you remind me about that explanation once we are airborne, then I will gladly do it again.
Taxiway 7, hold short, gate Bravo 9.
This gotta be the first airport I see where the taxiways are just named after numbers. Never seen that before. Not even in other places in Ukraine. Like in Kiev, they always had standard taxiway names. Okay, that guy is going. Next one is on final there. Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, ready for departure.
International 3 X-ray Yankee, contact Tower 120, correction 128, decimal 056, flight, bye.
128.05, Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, bye. Okay, should be decimal 0. There we go. Hello, Ryanair.
Good International 27 Foxtrot, contact with Raider 120.5 to 5 by 7 is flight and landing.
Ukraine International 27 Foxtrot, we are transferred decimal 5 to 5, technical control down to marching.
Lviv Tower, good evening. Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, ready for departure.
Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, line up and wait, runway 13.
Line up and wait, runway 13, Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee. Okay, confirm readback. Line up and wait, runway 03. Cabin crew, please take your seats for departure. So, clear on the approach. Our left is still becoming clear. B4 takeoff checklist below the line. MCP. Set, transponder, TARA, strobe lights on, and holding there.
120.05, thanks a lot, Ryanair 4512.
Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, wind 090 degrees, 3 meters per second, runway 13, clear for takeoff.
Runway 13, clear for takeoff, Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Landing lights on, before takeoff checklist complete. Timing. Stabilized. Set takeoff thrust. Takeoff thrust set, indications normal.
80 knots.
100 knots.
Rotate. Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. Positive rate. LNAV. Command A, back up. Flaps 1.
Leave radar, good
check.
evening. Lufthansa 331 with you, descending to flight level 160.
Flaps 1.
Lufthansa 331, very good evening.
Entering the clouds, engine in ES on.
37 at level 120.
Flaps up.
Descend flight level 120.
Speed check. Flaps up. Lviv Radar, good evening. Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, passing 3,600, climbing 6,000. EBET 1 Foxtrot.
International 3 X-ray Yankee, very good evening. Lviv Radar identified. Climb at level 160.
Climb flight level 160, Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee.
Set.
160 checked, and we already have full climb thrust.
Continue.
Flaps up, more lights. VNAV, set standard. Passing 4,200, climbing 160 off the takeoff checklist.
73 Papa negative.
And we can take the engine ADS back off. So, aircon and press, 2.0, slightly climbing. Set. Altimeters. Standard 3 times, passing 5.5, climbing 160. After takeoff checklist complete.
625, thank you for the service, bye-bye.
And Beluga, what did I set on the minimums? I set the minimum flap retraction altitude. So that is the altitude where, in case of an engine failure, we would start to accelerate the airplane and retract the flaps at that altitude.
International 27 Foxtrot, contact Lviv Radar on 134.05, goodbye.
Ukraine International Throttle, radar 124.05.
I guess we're gonna get the frequency next as well.
Let's go to 331, descent to altitude 5,000 feet, position level 110, QNH 1028.
QNH 1028, descent altitude 5000, transition level 110, Lufthansa 331.
So that's the Lufthansa's incoming. They probably departed Frankfurt with the beginning of the Frankfurt Friday event, like an hour and a half ago or something. And now they're arriving here, and we are going over there. So we can start our acceleration now. Speed restriction is deleted. Altimeters, passing 102, climb 160, 10 checks. So fuel is balanced, and we can turn the center pumps on now as well. Lights off, APU off, aircon and press. 4.0 climbing and set. Fast modes on, releasing the cabin crew. Recall checked and 1 to 1.5. Monitoring, 10 checks complete.
Descent altitude 2,500, clear for left, unruly, just 75.
And Beluga, the MFRA depends primarily on weather conditions, obstacles, and airport elevation. Wolfram, the delays over at Frankfurt are crazy when there is an event. Yeah. They are quite lengthy, but then again, that's what you see at the real Frankfurt all the time as well. And Alertalas, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Greetings to Kiev. Nice to see that at least some of you have a little bit of time left for hobbies and aren't totally occupied with the current events.
Expedite descent, Lufthansa 331.
Then George, how do I find the friction model of the PMDG versus the real aircraft? Ukraine International 3X-ray Yankee, left heading 240. Has to be due to that guy in front there. Come on, we could just have outclimbed him. We're 1,000 above him already. That was not necessary. That turn did exactly nothing. And 2,000 go, vertical speed.
Ukraine International 3X-ray Yankee, proceed direct to DBAT, resume over navigation.
Start to DBAT, Ukraine International 3X-ray Yankee. On F available. On F. Yeah, that didn't do anything. In terms of separation. That didn't help. He should just have given him a rate of descent and me a rate of climb, and that would have been an elegant solution to this conflict with the oncoming aircraft. That's how ATC would do it in real life as well. You know, just tell one aircraft descent 1,500 or greater, tell the other to climb at 1,500 or greater, and then you don't have any problems.
Are you okay? What are you doing right now?
And Metal Eye, new DC6 update available. Very nice. I was actually not involved with that, but let's see. Built with the latest Sim Update 11 SDK, autopilot tuned to eliminate wing rocking, reported by some customers when using VOR radio tracking. Regular pause as well as active pause are now supported. Integrated SDK changes to nose split steering in flight model CFG. Integrated SDK changes to tire definition in flight model CFG. Nice. So I might actually end up flying the DC6 as well one day on the channel. Well, I would actually love to fly the DC6 again. I've started the world tour with it, but I still haven't made it all the way around yet. Currently stuck in Bali, so it's still going to be quite a while to get it back to Germany before I manage to complete the round the world trip. but I definitely need to do that.
Great International 3X-ray Yankee climb at level 250.
Ukraine International 3X-ray Yankee climb flight level 250. Set. 250 checked. Enough.
Lufthansa 331. Continue present heading. Descend to altitude 4,000 feet.
Continue present heading, altitude 4,000, Lufthansa 331.
There 6770, good evening. We Freighter identified. You are cleared via DBS to hotel arrival. Expect left approach from the 13. Go over there 6770, roger. Cover 128, decimal 0, goodbye.
I have a feeling this is going to be a very nice sunset landing by the time I make it to Frankfurt.
073 Papa, contact Tower 128, decimal 0, goodbye.
Oh, we don't need this anymore. I always like to stow that sun visor back there, because it means you can grab it quickly if you need to. Especially because in my airline's aircraft we don't have the yellow sunshades installed, so we would do this rather than using the yellow sunshade because we just don't have it. But yeah, when I don't need the sun visor, I always like to stow it back there.
Descend to altitude 6,000 feet, transition level 110, QNH 1028.
Our center tank is slowly approaching running empty, so just 60 kilos back left in there. So we've got to keep an eye on this.
Lufthansa 331, turn left, heading 215.
Left heading 215.
And we are approaching some icing conditions here. Engine in here is on. Right, dim. Tie. Of course the PM, whenever passing a full 10,000. Actually, let's just have a look on that aircraft over here. Let's hope he's not gonna turn us out once again.
Ukraine International 3X-ray Yankee, contact Warsaw radar on 124.625, goodbye.
124.625, Ukraine International 3X-ray Yankee, bye bye, thank you very much.
And for reach 1480, I thought we stopped earlier. You told me to return to Cockpit.
So 124.625.
Reach 1480.
Okay, clear the oncoming traffic. Down here. There he is.
Of course, 11.
And master caution fuel. Yeah, center tank is empty. Low pressure lights. Associated. Enough. Warsaw radar, done. Ukraine International 3X-ray Yankee passing 226, climbing 250 inbound glasses.
International 3X-ray Yankee, Warsaw Bechlow radar contact, continue climb flight level 380.
Climb flight level 380, Ukraine International 3X-ray Yankee. And set. 380 checked. So that is set once, twice, and 3 times. So, just about at the optimum, so perfect level for us. Of course, we are aware of the wind. It is going to become a little bit weaker as we climb to a higher level, but we're talking about a minute or two of additional flight time here versus a fuel saving of 100 kilos, and that is absolutely worth it. I'd rather fly a minute longer and save 100 kilos of fuel than taking that much more fuel at the lower altitudes.
Right 030, Walker 597.
Okay, so quite a lot of posts there in the meantime. I'll start with, well, I start with Azaleos. Thank you so much for the 50 PLN. That's Polish zloty, isn't it? Donation. So thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much. In the meantime, what's the temperature doing outside? Progress page 2.
Walker,
Here we are, minus 41
normal
degrees.
operations now.
So, engine NTIs can go off. We'll wait with the seatbelts until we're above the clouds over there. Okay, then let's start with the question Bootwin. You've been first, you've already asked in the turnaround. So, can you explain the settings of the pack isolation valve again during before start, during engine start, engine running, and when engines are powered down? Or can you always leave it in auto? Okay, so... Oh, what's that? Autopilot disconnect. Flying. Command A. Check.
Going to 125.
Okay, no clue why it disconnected. But we're flying again. And it's doing what it's supposed to, it stays engaged. Perfect.
125.45.
Okay, so, isolation valve. On the ground, you basically always force it into open. So on the ground you always have it open. The reason for it is because you have the APU bleed entering on the left side, and you want that to be able to go over to the right side as well. The only reason when you would close it on the ground is when you are doing isolated pack operation. So once you have completed the start of the second engine, then you can close the isolation valve and set the right pack into auto, so that the right engine can already give air to the right pack, and therefore you can start cooling or heating the cabin as required. Only after engine start you would then put it into auto. And the way the auto logic works is when the engine bleeds are on and the packs are in auto, then the isolation valve, if it is in auto, is going to close automatically. But when any of these is set to off, then the isolation valve is going to open when the switch is in the auto position. So that's the auto mode of the isolation valve. Basically, in flight you leave it in auto unless directed to change it by a non-normal checklist. And after landing, as soon as you are shutting the engines down, you are going to open the isolation valve again, because that is then going to enable air from the APU to flow to the right side of the air conditioning system once again. So that is operation of the isolation valve. I hope that summarized it. If not, then just let me know, and I am going to explain that once more. During startup, the isolation valve is going to remain open, so that the right engine can get air from the APU bleed. So just look at the system schematic over here again. You have APU bleed going to the left side and going up here, and in order to be able to flow to the right engine, you have to have the isolation valve open so that air can flow through here. Just follow the system schematic there on the panel. So the air is flowing like this then. That's why it has to be open for the start of the right engine. And as soon as the right engine, the number 2 engine, is running, you can close it and turn the right pack to auto. That is called isolated pack operation, because you're isolating the right pack from the rest of the system. But in any case, after the engine is started, you have to, or after startup is complete, you have to select the isolation valve to auto. Okay, passing level 300. I meant to say this already when we passed level 200. So the pilot monitoring, whenever we're passing through full level, so 100, 200, 300, 400, has to do the reverse L check on the air conditioning system here. And that goes like this. You check the cabin differential pressure, make sure the cabin altitude, that's the small needle, is below 10,000. And the cabin differential, well, up here it's going to be somewhere close to 8.0, maybe even up to approaching the amber band here. The cabin itself is climbing. The pressurization mode selector is in auto. The indications up here are correct. You check the bleed switching, that everything is normal up here. Very important, level 100, but also at higher levels, still important. Recirc fans on, and then also check the temperatures. The temperature system in the 737 is a bit of a thing. In here we can see everything is showing very, well, very correct. And the real plane, you normally set it somewhere like this. And nonetheless, that could give you anything in terms of the temperatures. So it's very important to have a very active eye on this. And basically, whenever the outside air temperature changes significantly, you want to check the cabin temperature. That is something you are constantly doing in the 737. When the cabin crew calls you, so when the attendant call chime lights up, and when you hear that ding call, your first glance is always going at the cabin temperatures, because you want to be absolutely sure that you are neither cooking nor freezing them. Hans, anchor. Number 6, my friend. Number 6. Okay, then, Beluga, when do we set the TCAS to TARA? We do that when we're entering the runway. So, we normally have it in alt-off while we're taxiing. And as soon as we're entering the runway, we switch it into TARA. And the same happens in reverse when we are leaving the runway after landing. As part of the after landing procedure, we set it back into alt-off. George, sorry my friend, must have missed your answer. Okay, let me go back up. George, your question was, how do you find the friction model of the aircraft in the sim compared to the real-life 737? I would say there is still a bit of a difference. The real aircraft could roll for a little bit longer, but PMDG did put quite some effort in there already, and overall it's not perfect, but it's not far off either. So I would say it is quite okay indeed. And in flight the friction is pretty good. So in flight the aircraft flies pretty close to the real one. Metal Eye, did you ever drop a pen through the gap in the 737 seats? And how does it feel? Well, when I'm dropping pens, they are normally in here, in the holder, and I'm trying to reach out to the EFB. So in real life our EFBs are mounted up here, and the pen is up here. And when I'm trying to unlock the EFB and the home button is down here, then I often kick a pen out with my elbow up here, and then it flies somewhere over here, and it normally ends up somewhere down here. Now, in real life you have your flight bag standing up here, which normally is rather large. I mean, this is designed for the 1960s. You know, the good old time when pilots still got food from the airlines. Nowadays you're bringing that food yourself, so the flight bags become pretty large. So there is hardly any space in between here, in between the seat and the flight bag. And if you lose the pen either behind the seat or down here, then good luck searching. The easiest thing you can do then is to take your seat, go all the way to the forward stop, or as far forward as you can go with the control column up here, and have your colleague search for it, because if you think about it, if the colleague goes all the way back with the seat, it goes somewhere to here or so. And if you imagine that seat being all the way forward, then you would kind of be able to see something down here. And that's pretty much the only way how you can find your pen, if you drop it. And LE4CP. Oops, sorry, on to go. LE4CP, when do we cut the center fuel pumps? Okay, so that's quite easy. First of all, you have to know that the fuel quantity indication is not very precise. So this might reach 0, while there still is a bit of fuel in the tanks. According to the AFCOM, you are not supposed to run the pumps dry. In other words, you'll have to switch them off before the center tank pumps are actually empty. Now that used to be a problem much more on the older 737s than it is on the newer ones, because by now we do have an automatic switching of the pumps available, so that the pumps are going to switch off when they run dry. And that happens a couple seconds after the low pressure light stays illuminated. Now, we're just about to level off, and normally when the nose comes down, you see the quantity indication increase a slight bit over there. Now, we didn't climb at a particularly high angle, so it might not necessarily happen now, but it could happen that we get like 20 or 30 kilos fuel showing back in the center tank now. That is due to the way that the fuel quantity indication system is measuring the fuel quantity in the aircraft. It's a little hard to show, but you basically have a capacitor that's running from the front to the back of the tank. And therefore, depending on the airplane's pitch, it might over or underread. Basically, in climb, they always underread. Underread. So in climb you're seeing less fuel indicated than you actually have, and in cruise the thing is more or less accurate, and in descent you're seeing more fuel than you actually have. And concept. So that means that sometimes you might just get some fuel indicated here, then you after you level off. Now that didn't happen because we only had a 2-degree change in pitch, but if you were at lower levels pitching at like 10 degrees, 15 degrees, then you see quite a significant effect on the fuel indicator. Now, let's assume we are in flight, and I'm going to turn those pumps back on again. Let's see if they turn on. Yep, the right one does, the left one doesn't. Now, what we will notice when we're looking at this for a longer time is eventually the low pressure light will start flickering, because the pump still draws a little bit of fuel, since the pumps are mounted on the lowest possible level in the tank. So eventually it will still draw a little bit of fuel, then again a bit of air, a bit of fuel, and when that happens the low pressure light starts flickering. And the moment you see these lights flickering, that is the moment where you basically are supposed to turn the fuel pumps off. We can see right now the right pump is submerged in a little bit more fuel than the left pump right now. That is totally normal. That happens. It could be the other way around as well. And we can release our passengers, now that I'm just looking at it. So, there is a little bit more fuel in the sump of the right-hand pump there than in the than there is around the left pump. But eventually that light will start flickering, and that is your indication that you should turn those pumps off. Normally, it does happen approximately a minute or two after the fuel quantity indication is reading 0. So have a look at that. When they start reaching 0, it takes about a minute or two until your low pressure lights start flickering, and once they are flickering, you just flick the switches off. The pumps themselves, the left pump, for example, right now, will already be off, so it has that automatic switch off installed, but you won't see it on the switch position, so you'll still have to flick the switch off manually. Of course, you're not supposed to run the pumps dry intentionally, so we can just about turn them off now. And when we do that, once the left the left main tank reaches less than, how much is it again? I believe 2,000 kilos. I might be wrong on that number. It's either 2,000 kilos or half full, one of the two. Or half full is almost 4,000. So 3,900 and a bit, depending on the fuel temperature. So once it passes that value, the scavenge pump is going to pump the remaining fuel from the center tank into the left main tank. But do notice how we just created a small fuel imbalance, because we ran the center tank pumps and the right pump was still working because there was a little bit more fuel remaining around that pump, than the left one. So now we do have like 60 kilos more fuel in the right-hand tank than we have in the left-hand tank. Of course, there are more reasons for this. For example, the APU is drawing fuel out of the left tank, or rather from the left side of the fuel manifold. So if the center pumps are on, then it'll take it from the center tank. But if the center pumps are off, like they were on the ground, then it's taken from the left tank. So right now we can see that combined effect. Basically, we've been running the right center pump for maybe a minute or two, and the engines draw approximately 20 kilos of fuel every minute per engine. So if you combine that with the effect of the APU that uses around 40 kilos an hour or so, and we've been using it for like 25 minutes on the ground, maybe, don't know, 15 minutes after we completed refueling, then that's how you can explain the difference in the fuel in the center tanks at the moment. Stefan, amazing to see all these details programmed in the PMDG 737. Yeah, it is indeed. So that's the kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that I really like about PMDG. That they do take care to simulate stuff like this. So that's the level of detail in which pretty much all of the systems are simulated. For sure, there are a couple of bugs left. That's fully out of question. But it is very nice to see that that is the general level of detail that they are aiming for, and that they're getting. So I'm really happy with that. I'm really happy with that. And Stefan, do these little details come from you tech team members? Yes, absolutely. That's the kind of stuff that we guys do. Stand by 1 second here. Stand by 1 second. Let me just try to find something for you. Might take a minute.
Ukraine Telephone 3X Yankee, contact Warsaw radar frequency 125.45.
125.45, Ukraine International 3X Yankee, bye bye. Okay, 125.45. Warsaw, good evening, Ukraine International 3X Yankee, flight level 380 inbound glasses. Warsaw, good evening, Ukraine International 3X Yankee, flight level 380 inbound glasses. Nope, he's not answering. Well, let me go back to the previous. Ukraine International 3X Yankee, please confirm the frequency again.
125.45.
125.45, Ukraine International 3X Yankee, thank you very much, good evening.
Yeah.
Matic.
That sounds better.
Direct Matic, Yoke, Passage.
Warsaw, good evening, Ukraine International 3X Yankee, flight level 380 inbound glasses.
Ukraine International 3X Yankee, guten Abend, you are identified.
Okay, perfect.
Ryanair 49 November Kilo, 10 right heading 280 degrees.
Right heading 280 degrees, 9 November Kilo.
So, I'm still trying to find that video for you, so give me a second.
Center, Eurowings 33 at flight level 310.
I think I found it.
Hello.
Eurowings 33 Moin, parts of weather identified. Mavic 3 Golf arrival, expect ILS
Stand by 1.
25.
Expect ILS 25, Eurowings 33.
Okay, so, to give you guys an example to what we do in the tech team, let's have a look at this, which is an example of how the how long the pumps take to actually turn on. So, you know, just a 4-second video, but this is the kind of stuff that we do give to some of the developers. So, you go for this, you know, turn them on. How long does it take for the low pressure lights to come on there? And then, of course, most importantly, what the developers will do, they're going to analyze from the moment the switch goes through the neutral position. How long does it actually take for the light to go off? And they will notice that there's a difference between the two pumps, because while they are designed to work pretty much equal, not all pumps are actually equal in the real plane. Now, even in the real full flight simulators, in the level D simulators, we will have equal components in the, let's call it, aircraft. So that can create its totally own issues. Now, in real life, there are certain specifications within which the pumps have to operate. So, of course, they have their designed output pressure, but they can go a little bit above and a little bit below that to take into consideration and to take account for, you know, not every part being equal. And what's going to happen then is, for example, in real life, if you open the cross feed valve, so if we went to go like this, now we've established a configuration that in the full flight simulator we are going to use whenever we are flying single engine. So the idea of this configuration of the fuel system is that all pumps are delivering equal pressure, and when the cross feed valve is open, that means that fuel should be drawn equally from
I am sorry that I called you because I didn't understand.
Should be drawn equally from all tanks. But what can happen in the real aircraft, because not all pumps run at the same pressure, there will be one side, either the left or the right, where the pumps have more pressure than the other. And that is the entire principle on which the fuel system works. The pumps with the most pressure are going to feed the engines. So if we turn on the center tank pumps, they have a pressure that is, I believe, 10 times higher than the wing tank pumps. I might be mistaken on that number. And that's how it happens that when the center tank pumps are open, or are operating, that the center tank is feeding the wing tank. By the way, do note how the low pressure light was just on, now it went off again. So we start seeing it flickering here, which is basically your indication to turn it off. Here you see, now it's coming on again. It might flicker a few more times before it's eventually going to stay on, like, forever. See? So that's how PMDG is actually simulating that kind of stuff. Now that's really cool. And yes, that is my personal input. I brought this one up to the developers. If you are wondering what I'm doing, what kind of stuff is coming from me, then this is the kind of stuff that's coming from me. Okay. So yeah. One of the things in the real aircraft, if you have established this configuration, is that either the right or the left side, one of the two is going to have slightly higher pressure than the other. And that means that fuel would be drawn exclusively from that single tank. So that is quite a thing to watch out for in case you have an engine failure and you are opening the crossfeed valve. In the simulator, in the real level D simulator that is, both tanks will lose or will burn fuel at the same rate in this configuration. In the real aircraft, that's not going to happen. And the video I just showed you about the speed at which the pumps start operating is a video that I have actually recorded in flight, in the real plane. And the reason I had to record it in flight is because it actually works, is because it actually reacts quicker in flight than it does on the ground.
Have a Mac menu when we arrive at the gate?
Of course, no problem. Break Lufthansa for Tango, you're a little high. 10 right heading 060 degrees.
So yeah, that's the kind of stuff that tech team guys regularly do.
Ryanair 9 November Kilo direct to Uvrik, cleared RMP runway 11, report established on a track.
Direct to Uvrik, cleared RMP runway 11, we will call when on final strap, Ryanair 9 November Kilo.
Okay, so I thought that would be quite an insight into what people like me do. So, Tobacco World, yeah, 450 or 425, you noticed it earlier on. You've been quicker than I was, but, you know, in case you don't know, just go back to the previous controller and then he's going to give you that frequency. Then, SAPE 532, how much of a difference has there to be between the fuel tanks to start pumping from one to the other? Or put in another way, how much of a difference is allowed to be between the fuel tanks? So the target is 1,000 pounds or 453 kilos. If you start balancing earlier or later, depends a little bit on the pilots and the companies. So my company doesn't want us to start balancing fuel unless we're actually approaching that difference of 453 kilos. Now, nonetheless, a lot of captains who came in from other companies do like to start balancing earlier. So right now we have a 60 kilo difference, that is negligible. But let's say that was, for example, 200 kilos difference. Then I could understand why some people would want to start balancing the fuel. But we're always thinking like we have such a big airplane and how much of a difference can it be? But let's be honest here, 200 kilos is quite a difference in the weight, isn't it? Like if you take into account that the maximum weight in the fuel tanks is approximately 4 tons per side, then 200 kilos, that is like 5%. Or it can be 400 kilos and you would still not be required to balance it, only from 453 kilos onwards. But in my opinion, that is quite a difference, and you just have to be careful when you're balancing fuel, because you can easily aggravate the situation. So if we do have to balance fuel, this is how we do it. You open the thrust feed valve, make sure it goes bright then dim, like this. And then we have the saying there, low must go. So the low side, which is the left side in this case, as you can see, 60 kilos less. So left side pumps have to go off. So let's turn the left fuel pumps off now. Low pressure lights illuminate, master caution fuel, and that is associated. Now we start the timer. The engines are basically using 40 kilograms of fuel per minute in cruise combined. In other words, our 60 kilo difference should be eliminated after a minute and a half. And it is very important that we do take the timing here, because the fuel gauges in the real aircraft take too long to react. In the real aircraft, if you would wait for the right gauge to be equal to the left and then you turned the pumps back on, then you would actually have built an imbalance of 40 or 60 kilograms on the other side now, because the gauges are taking too long to respond to your input. That's why it's very important to start the timer and just time how long it's going to take, and then it normally works out rather well. Another technique that you can do to know when to stop your fuel balancing is when you are approximately 40 kilograms higher on the side from where you are burning than the side that you're trying to equalize to. Approximately 40 kilos, then you turn all the pumps back on, and then you will see it takes about a minute or so until after you've closed the thrust feed valves. By that time the gauges will have stabilized, and then you will be more or less equal. So let's see, 10 kilos to go. And here we are balanced. Stopping the timer. Pumps on. Very important. Always put the pumps on first, and then close the thrust feed second. And very important as well, it will go bright and then off. But you have to check if the thing is actually off or if the circuit breaker popped. Because the circuit breaker of the light is connected to the actual crossfeed valve as well. In other words, if the valve operates and then the circuit breaker pops, the light would go out as well, indicating normal operation, while the actual crossfeed valve might be in any position. In the real airplane, you can just press on those buttons and then the lights are going to illuminate. That way you can easily test the button without having to reach for that test switch. In the simulated one, unfortunately, that is not possible, so what we just have to do, go to the lights, make sure the lights still illuminate, then we can switch it back. So that is how we do the fuel balancing procedure. And we can see, we said we would take 1.5 minutes, and look at that, precisely 1.5 minutes. Very good job there, PMDG. They did a very good job on the fuel system overall.
Eurowings 255, contact Warszawa 124625, ciao.
Alright, I will just take a single minute break, and then I'll be right back with you guys. So, see you again in a minute.
Eurotrans 5917, fly direct to Whiskey Charlie Lima. Eurotrans 5917, fly direct to Whiskey Charlie Lima.
And I'm back. Right, sorry for that delay, guys.
Eurowings 33, contact Warszawa 124625.
So, Seb532, really cool, thanks for the info, and Stefan, thanks for sharing those details. Well, thank you very much. And yep, LL4 Charlie Papa, low must go, that's exactly it.
124175, vielen Dank, tschüss.
124.
Then, Emanuele, any news for the EFB on the 737s? Nothing that I would be allowed to share, my apologies.
November Kilo, follow Marshall, stand up again. Bye-bye.
Bootwin, sometimes when I put in the approach in the FMC, vectors are included, and then my star does not connect. So today I made a new waypoint and delete the vector and this connected the route again. But how do you use these vectors to get your route connected in the FMC? Basically the idea behind those vectors is that you don't connect them. So let me show you that on the arrival chart, because it will be relevant to our approach in Frankfurt. Because we do have exactly that situation on our arrival now. And this is going to be our arrival. So from Kerax we'll fly to Gaydon, and then basically we enter this on-off downwind over here. And then as you can see back here, we have the symbol for the vectors. And on here on the chart it actually says maintain downwind track beyond endpoint if no succeeding instruction such as vector or clearance for the approach is received. So, normally we say that the pilot should remove any discontinuities from the flight plan. But that is not so easy in this case. So let's have a look at how that looks like in the aircraft's FMC right now.
Warszawa radar, good evening. Pay up 101, climbing flat level 210 in bond of Arthur.
So here is exactly that situation. What we have is the vector, and it just goes into eternity. Because, as we saw on the chart, we are supposed to maintain that heading until we get a succeeding instruction. And now, we can see in here, we have the vector, and then we just have the next waypoint without any discontinuity or anything. And the idea is not to connect that in first place. Because if we overfly this and we don't get any further instruction, then we just continue on that track. And if you keep this in, then
Lufthansa 211.
you will not accidentally
Copy,
turn
Captain.
onto the base leg while you're not supposed to do so. VNAV, however, is still going to calculate a direct leg
Lufthansa
from
211, Warsaw.
444 to 654. So VNAV is still going to connect the direct leg in between here. So you will still get good VNAV guidance, while LNAV would fly just straight. And we can pretty much see that in here as well, like level 63 at 543. Sorry, 653, so over here. And then at 443, prior to that, we had like level 999. So you can see this is like, what, 12 miles or so? So losing 3,000 feet makes approximate sense. So you can see how VNAV just calculates like this, while LNAV just goes like this. So you are actually supposed to keep these in, because ATC will want you to continue on the present track after this.
Lufthansa 211, are you in my frequency?
What we do, of course, have to take into account
We apologize about that. We had a server
is,
we are back
let's
online.
go to the fixed page, runway 07 right, and insert those 10 mile and 4 mile rings.
You can switch to Unicom 1 to decimal 8, just to
So
be sure
10
that
and
you
4.
are on
So,
transmitter Charlie, because now I see you at the standby. Please
So you can see how we are crossing a beam that runway over here. And basically ATC could turn us to final over here already. So that is quite a bit earlier than what is actually expected. So what I would do personally is to take the waypoint 651 and connect that beyond 441. Let's go legs again. 651, 441. Put that in, but without executing. What you see now is it tells you it wants to be at level 55 at waypoint 441. Now we can reduce that a bit further, because we'll likely have 220 knots. Let's put that in here. And now it wants to be at flight level 63.
Thank you so much.
Now we erase that, and you can see it wants to be at level 108 with a full route. So if we just put something like 65 or lower in here, then VNAV will now calculate from a shortcut pretty much like this.
Direct to seabed, so
So that's something that I would always do when I am approaching an airport like this. 122.8, Ukraine International to the X-ray Yankee, bye-bye.
Wunderschönen guten Abend, Amy.
Abend. Always nice when people recognize you on the frequency. Right, so back to Unicom. Now we have a little bit of silence to do a little bit more explanations as well. Might be, who knows what that might be good for. Okay, so that's pretty much what we can do, and then what we can do as well to get a more accurate chopper descent. We can see how it wants to be at Karax at flight level 240 up here. Now, when they are using runway or the general landing direction of 07 at Frankfurt, they normally want aircraft to be at level 130 at Karax, so I am going to put that in. That is going to get me a more accurate chopper descent. But let's see, 142 now, and what we can do as well. Robel is normally flight level 250, so Robel 250, we can put that in as well. That's going to give us an even more accurate chopper descent. But these altitudes is stuff that you don't normally find in charts, but that you just build up from experience. We're overflying glasses right now, so we might use that for a fuel check as well. So let's see, Sim Toolkit Pro, and then we have losses after 50 minutes in the air. Then we have 52 minutes in the air, so that's a tiny bit longer, but it's alright. We're supposed to have 5.5 tons of fuel, and we have 5.5 tons of fuel. And we're supposed to have burned 3,100. Oops, what did I do? That's better. We should have burned 3,100, so hold the fuel selector, the fuel flow selected down. Now you can see fuel used is 3,090 kilograms. versus a planned use of 3,062 kilograms. So fairly spot on with the fuel that we actually have right now. Alright. So let's go ahead with a little bit of preparation then. Might be both runway 07 left or 07 right. Yeah, we might plan both runways. For now, let's put 07 left in, and it's probably going to be the Yankee approach. So in Frankfurt they have two different approaches, the ILS Zulu and the ILS Yankee. And normally they are using the Yankee maneuvers, because they are a little bit steeper. So the Yankees have a 3.2 degree glide, while the Zulus have a 3.0 degree glide. And whenever there's any headwind, or rather when there is no tailwind, then they are using the Yankee procedures because it provides additional noise abatement. And indeed, looking at the HOTAS today, it seems like they are doing exactly that. Let's see if we can listen to that. 118.025.
Frankfurt information officer. Member port time 2050 Zulu. Expect vectors for independent parallel ILS approach runway 07 by an ILS Y approach runway 07 left departure runway the use 07 center and 18. Fail. Wind component runway 18.10 knots. Pilot unable to accept shell. Advise ABC upon startup request. Transition level 60. Wind 030 degrees 119 knots. Visibility 10 kilometers. Light snow at range level. Broken 900 feet. Broken 2,400 feet. Temperature 2.0. QNH 1020. Trend. Nose. Frankfurt information officer.
Okay, you guys heard what the weather is. And temperature is +1, so we are not required to actually do any cold temperature correction. That is only from temperature of 0. However, there is light snow and rain, so it could very well happen that by the time we actually get to Frankfurt, the temperature might fall below 0. So I will take that opportunity to just have a general look into the charts as to what kind of temperature corrections there might be required. Because it can't hurt to mentally prepare yourself for it. So we can see the MSA is 4,300 and the airport elevation is 300 and a bit. So we are looking at a height of approximately 4,000 feet for the MSA. Now looking at the approaches, it's going to be either the ILS Yankee 07 left or the ILS 07 right. It might be both. Let's start with the Yankee 07 left. The thing starts at 5,000 and the only thing we would have to correct is the minimum, which is 200 above the ground, so just 20 feet extra. Easy going. For the missed approach then, any altitude restriction we have there is 5,000 feet, so above the corrected MSA, once again, no problem. Looking at the other chart, starting in 4,000, but we can see over here we have 3,500 as MSA in that sector, so once again, no temperature correction required. However, we do have to correct the check altitude and once again the minimum. For the missed approach, no corrections needed. So if the temperature is 1 degree and there is light snow, that is something that I would always take a look at, because it could come to haunt you later on in case the temperature drops, you know, while you're below level 100 or so, when you really don't have that much time available. So that's something that you can always run into. Indeed, it happened on my very first line check, and I never had to do any temperature corrections before, and then on the first line check, after my initial training, of course then it happens. And then of course, the very last moment before landing, so that became a little bit messy there. Anyway, for now, let's take the ILS Yankee runway 07 left, and we'll take the transition as well. Execute. Quick check that all our altitudes are still in, which they are, and we can put 220 knots at 441 in here as well, as that is what we calculated with. Okay, so for the descent, we want 250 below flight level 100 forecast. That's gonna be... Oh boy, I just wrote the HOTAS down somewhere. Where is it? Transition level 60, and we have a QNH of 1020. (310), 200 and 100. By the way, did you know that in the PMDG, when you have the weather uplink file, you can cheat a little bit. You just enter those levels, click on wind request, and now it's going to request the wind for exactly these flight levels. Little cheat there that you can or cannot use. In my opinion, and honestly, is quicker if you just type it manually rather than if you wait for the uplink to get you those numbers. But, you know, comes down to the individual desires of the pilots. And here we have it. Okay, runway 07 left. And we have broken 900, so we'll need a 5-mile ring, because we will be in IMC. And of course, 3 times cruise level is 114. Okay, in here we basically checked everything already. So frequency is 103. For the missed approaches, we can then use Frankfurt Main and Taunus VOR, so 14.2 and 13.35. Final approach course 066. And the minimum is 505. That's going to be a little bit of a scrolling exercise now. Okay, 505 and QNH 1020. Perfect, so threats for the arrival. Could get a little bit busy last moment with the temperature corrections. And that STK, hello to Charlie Yankee Zulu Romeo, where is that? Don't know it by head, sorry. It's Canada, that much I do know. I guess somewhere close to the Toronto area? But I might be mistaken. So yeah, that's pretty much our threats. Of course, ATC holdings, that's all a bit of a thing. Frankfurt, but that's not really a threat. We do have ample fuel available. Yeah, let's have a look into the FMC then. We have 250 below 100, forecast page filled out, fixed ring 07 left 10 and 5 miles due to IMC. Our arrival is coming in via Kerax, and we do have that available on the chart as well, which we can see up here now. So, Kerax 3 Delta arrival, Kerax, Gaydon, Delta Fox 437, Delta Fox 439, 441, and we do have our self-made restrictions in there. Then 442, 443, 444, and then we continue on the vector as per the chart. We'll fly the ILS Yankee, approach runway 07 left, chart 11-4, effective 4th November. Frequency 110.3. That's set on both sides. Course is 066 on both sides. And the minimum's 550 on both sides. MSA 43 in the north, 35 in the south. Corrected, that is 45, that is 37 in case we need to. Yeah, then, the approach itself, I've got the transition from 454 in here, 5000, and we have 454, 453, 452 Vargo. At Vargo we start our descent, 3.2 degree glide, Let me put a 180 knot restriction here, because otherwise the 220 is too fast at Vargo. At 3.2 degrees, you cannot lose your speed anymore. That is going to put you into severe trouble. So I'll put it to 180 knots here. Then we can get flap 10 out. And that is going to help us significantly. 4.2 miles, 1720 down to the minimum, 502. And in case I misapproach straight at 3.2 miles, Fox Mike Mike, and that is 066 Charlie. Charlie, third letter in the alphabet. So 3DV. Left turn 006, and we do have that in here. The intercept radio 337 outbound until 11 dV, kilo, 11th letter in the alphabet. Left turn, intercept 267 bearing towards Taunus, climbing 5,000 feet. Okay, if we have to go around Prestoga, call go around 515, set go around first, race landing gear with a positive rate, 400 feet, flap 5, LNAV. And we don't have any speed restrictions, so we can clean it up. And when we have flaps up, after takeoff checks, and decide on the further course of action. In terms of fuel, for a diversion to Düsseldorf we need 2.6, Cologne is a little bit less and closer and doesn't have a night curfew, and Hahn is very close as well without a night curfew. So 2.6, 4.2 we have, that is 1.6 tons extra fuel, so that is approximately 40 minutes of extra fuel that we do have available here. We are now burning 900 kilos, leading to a landing weight of 62.3. So 62,300. Oops. 62,300. And can it automatically insert this? No. Okay. So 2.5. We take the brake action good. There's been nothing else in the weather report. 030 at 11, 1 degree, 1020, and we'll start calculating with flap 30. Engine and wing probably on, because we do have light rain and snow. That might be an issue. So let's do a calculation with this. Idle reverse first. 2064 meters, 2799 available. Let's see what happens if we take medium to good. And we're still good with flap 30, auto brake 3, okay. And let's do that. Flap 30. Auto brake 3. And we come off the runway over here, probably, hopefully Papa 6, Papa 4, and then via November, and we are most likely parking up here on the Echo stands. At least that's what I would be expecting. And I think that is pretty much it. Do you have any questions about the approach briefing? Probably not, I guess. Very good, then let's do our descent checklist. So, pressurization, land out 400, anti-ice off, approach brief fuel, discussed, ES and outbox, checked and set, descent checklist complete. So you guys can see, it is certainly a little bit of work that we have to do before the topper descent. So, right now it wasn't that much, but imagine if we had to do like 10 cold temperature corrections now, then maybe calculate your runway condition, calculate a little bit trickier landing performance, and that is the kind of stuff that you are going to face in winter conditions and when operating in winter conditions. So be careful there, and be very sure that you are only going to commence your approach once you are actually ready for it. So this flight we had ample time available, but you can see how we used up 120 nautical miles just to prepare, and we're now like 10 miles from our topper descent. So, bit of an issue there. And in case conditions do actually get a lot worse, then do take your time, start your approach preparation early. And sometimes it can be worth doing it like 250 miles away from the topper descent already. That might absolutely be necessary. And that STK, any idea when the EFB is releasing? Hope before Christmas. Well, if I had an idea, I would not be allowed to share it because I'm a tech team member, so I'm under a non-disclosure agreement. And in general, I would not try to hold on to information like hopefully before Christmas. There used to be someone a little bit earlier in the live stream who said he's heard rumor that it would happen before Christmas as well. But believe me, it's going to be out as soon as it is ready. So in case it does get ready before Christmas, it will be out before it. But if it doesn't get ready, then Christmas is not a deadline. So they do want to get it right. And yeah, they just do want to get it right, and it will be out when they have it right. Ricardo, failing to prepare is preparing to fail. This applies with briefings too. Yeah, absolutely. Right, let's start our descent. Flight level 250 initially, that's what we normally have to have over a whole build. And from there on we'll probably be picked up by the en route controllers. Doesn't look like we need this. But it's quite bright outside. Let's actually use a bit of that sunshade. In these kind of lighting conditions where the clouds are reflecting so bright, actually what I often do is this. Like just, you know, try to close as many possibilities of the light to come in. Because when you're looking down all the time, the flight deck is pretty dark inside, and then you have those bright clouds outside, that really hurts in your eyes. T-Flow, how do you tune the ILS frequency? Is it tuned from both the captain and FO side or just the captain side? It's normally tuned on both. There are some very few cases where you would need the other radio for a different setup, but in the majority of cases you really want the ILS on both pilot sides, because the role of the pilot monitoring, or in Flight Simulator the role of the first officer, normally, is really a very important role on the approaches. So you absolutely want the first officer to have those indications available to you as well. And even with procedures where you might normally need split radios, you know, you still have the FMC. You still have all that information available on the navigation display. So I rather have the ILS tuned on both sides. And Zape532, do you have a tutorial on inputting and using the fixes? Yeah, I do. I think it's in the approach tutorial that I've made, on the descent preparation. Probably the descent preparation, actually. But if you have a look in my 737 tutorial playlist, in there you will find it, and I'm pretty sure it is the descent preparation tutorial. Goodwin, can you say something on when you would put the seatbelts on because of turbulence, and when do you do it, and is there a shear number in the flight plan which indicates this condition? Yeah, the shear number in the flight plan is normally greater than 3. That is what is used to forecast turbulence. So if the shear number is more than 3, you could expect potentially some turbulence, but you would not turn the seatbelt sign on just as a preventative measure. You really want that seatbelt sign on only when when it is actually turbulent. And these forecasts are incorrect often enough. I'll just try to call ATC 124725. And in general, it really comes down to your feeling. So when it feels like it's getting too turbulent, then you want to put that sign on. But the further aft in the aircraft you are, the stronger the turbulence is actually felt. Langradalo, Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee, descending level 250, inbound Robert.
Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee, Langradalo identified. Direct Kerax, cleared Kerax 3 Delta arrival.
Kerax cleared Kerax 3 Delta arrival, Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee. Okay, to Kerax. Execute. LNAV available. LNAV.
6 Papa Mike, Langradalo identified. Cleared Onobo 3 Delta arrival.
And he said 3 Delta arrival, which we do have in here.
Cleared Onobo 3 Delta arrival. And descent flight level 110 to get Hammer. Papa Mike.
Steven, get in touch with your inner US pilot. When the shear number is greater than 3, just tell the passengers there will be just a little light chop. You know, that is what we tell them anyway. You would never tell them if you're expecting severe turbulence. Or even just moderate turbulence. You just tell them, yeah, there might be a bit of a turbulence. Otherwise, they're just gonna, you know. And vertical speed, 1 to go. We'll just stay up here for as long as we can, and we'll see if he wants us to cross level 130 at Kerax, as there currently is in the FMC. So if VNAV is indicating something incorrect, or if VNAV is showing it as high at the moment, then we might actually not be high. That's why I'm just accepting it right now without requesting further descent.
789er, contact Langen on 135.65.
So Bootwin, with the switching of the seatbelt sign, it certainly is a little bit of a guesswork when to put it on. Normally you can't really foresee those conditions, so it happens so often that you think like, oh, these clouds in front, they do look turbulent, let's put the signs on. Then you prepare the cabin, you stop the service and everything, you fly through it, nothing, not a single bit of movement of the plane. And then the very opposite may happen as well, like you fly into a layer of cirrus clouds where you don't expect anything, and all of a sudden you're tossed around and the flight attendants go flying. So both can happen. In neither case you can actually really expect something better to happen. You know, you just have to adapt and be a little creative there as a pilot. You do build up some experience on it when you might need them. Of course, in Flight Simulator that's a lot more difficult because you just don't. Ukraine International 33 Yankee, descent level 130 level at Kerax. Set. Okay, so he does want us to reach that level, and now we're 3,000 high. Good job. In that case, we might just have to go all in. 330 knots. Of course, update that on the FMC as well. Now it recalculates the path, give it a moment to do so. 1,500 high. It might just about catch those up by gaining the airspeed. Oh, look at that! We actually have a bit of snow down there. Look at this! It's snowy in Germany. That is rare. I would have expected that snow in Ukraine, but not in Germany. And look at that. Coming right back on profile. VNAV. And it captured in path already. Normally we would put the seatbelt sign on 15 minutes prior to landing or when passing flight level 150, whichever is earlier. So in our case, since we have to fly all the way around the airport, it'll be at flight level 150. But in case we would expect a straight in, flying a speed of 330 knots, which is like the fastest I would take the 737, then we would probably have to put it on much earlier, like at level 200 or so, in order to actually meet the 15 minutes. But Always good to have a look at the estimated time of arrival here. So this tells me we take an additional 28 minutes to get to the airport. It's going to be quite a bit faster for us, but nonetheless, we have to be aware of possible shortcuts as well. So we do still have this in the FMC, and we might get a shortcut here that might easily cut off 5 minutes. So always think along when you're telling your cabin crew when you're expecting that landing.
International 3 X-ray Yankee, select Frankfurt arrival on 120.8,
120.8, Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, bye-bye. Vanguard hello, Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, descending level 130 inbound Kirax, information Oscar.
International 3 X-ray Yankee, line radar hello identified. Information Oscar is correct, expect LS Yankee 07 left.
LS Yankee 07 left, Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee. Any shortcuts available?
Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, proceed direct Delta Foxtrot 441.
Third Delta Foxtrot 441, Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, thank you. Okay, 441.
588, turn right heading
and that's
230.
up there, makes sense. Execute, unavailable. On F. And I'll have the plane go down in very good speed now. Because obviously that removed the Karax restriction.
127.275,
But we still want to go down to 130 because ATC will need us to be there.
42 requesting freebird to change to ground.
This is approach frequency.
Want to go?
Lang radar, nochmal über den 16 Uhr Alpha, fast auf Speed.
Berlin 6 Tango Alpha, lang radar, hello identified, turn left heading 250.
Left heading 250, 16 Uhr Alpha.
Okay, now we've passed 150. Seatbelts go on. So, one guy up there. We'll keep the speed up high until we get close to him, and then we'll reduce our airspeed. Stefan, €10 donation. Thanks for the great channel. Thank you very much, my friend. Very much appreciated. We can see the little counter on the top right there. And that I'm saving for the MD-80.
Down 6 Papa Michael and radar identified information.
And CJ, are split scimitar winglets as popular in Europe as they are in the States? Pretty much every carrier has them equipped here, except for American Airlines. Yeah, we also get more and more of them equipped. My airline is starting to retrofit some of our older NGs with them as well now over the winter season. So yes, they are getting more and more popular.
136.125.
TUI, as the only German operator, has their entire fleet except for 1 or 2 equipped as well. So yeah, the split scimitars really start to make sense. Now, they mostly make sense on routes longer than 2 hours. Prior to that, they just burn more fuel from their weight than they do burn, you know, or they burn more fuel due to their weight than they save at high-speed flight. Because the split scimitar winglets...
TX3 Yankee descent level 110.
Ukraine International TX3 Yankee descent flight level 110.
Lufthansa 6 Papa Mike descent level 70.
Set. 110 checked. Vertical speed. Let's take 1,000 feet a minute. So yeah, those split scimitar winglets, they really save fuel only when you're going fast, so in cruise flight. And at slower speeds they actually burn additional fuel. And that's why it does only make sense to fit them if you are flying routes of more than 2 hours length. Now, that's why part of our fleet is going to be retrofitted with them, while other are not. But that is the reason why carriers like TUI, who fly pretty much exclusively more than 2 hours, have retrofitted them as soon as they became available. American Airlines, yeah, they want to get rid of the 737 fleet anyway, as far as I'm aware. So then it doesn't make sense anymore, because retrofitting them is like $500,000 or something per winglet, so 1 million per plane, if I'm not mistaken. And that of course is quite a bit of money. And it only saves 2% of fuel. So if they calculated that they are only going to use their 737s for like, you name it, and they might just not save as much fuel anymore, then I can understand why American did not retrofit their aircraft.
124.725,
But yeah, they are getting more and more popular here in Europe as well. Vincenzo, what type of subscription do you have for the VPG? For the VPG, I've just gotten a free version from the developer, so I cannot tell you, my apologies. But they've been so kind to give me a copy. So, I don't know exactly what subscription he set up there for me. I believe the annual one, but then again, you know, he gave me a press copy. Emanuele, favorite airport to fly in? That is a good question. A very good one. I like Palermo. I used to like Palma de Mallorca, but not anymore. Because my airline always combines it with something else, and then it just becomes a very long day. So yeah, Palermo is nice, the Canaries are nice, Rome Ciampino was always nice as well, but we don't fly there anymore. We are going to Fiumicino now.
Elton 6 for my contact director 127.275, confirm on the charger. 127.275. Within 6 Tango Alpha contact director 127.275.
Okay, we're slowly approaching the beam position next to the airfield. So by the time we're getting about here, I'll start to reduce our airspeed. VNAV is coming in as well now, but keep in mind that is still for the shortcut, so for flying like this. Which we'll probably not do anymore, since he's keeping us so high. So I'll just keep the speed until we're approximately beating the airport, then I'll start reducing speed to 50. And that should normally work pretty well. And as long as we don't have any other traffic in front of us, then it might be a good idea to fly this fast. Now, in Flight Simulator, luckily we can do that. In real life, in my airline, we would have to fly 245 knots all the way unless something different is instructed by air traffic control. So imagine doing this at 245 knots. That would take like ages. The only good news is that in real life in Frankfurt, they normally don't let you fly that slow. They just give you a speed of 280 or 300, sometimes even 320. I have done an approach in Frankfurt in real life where we flew 320 knots all the way down to 5 miles before the final approach fix. And then we had to use any drag device we had to get the airplane slow. And like that, they put us in between an A380 and a 747, I think. That was an amazing approach.
698, expect LS Yankee 07 left, descent level 70.
LS Yankee 07 left, descent 70, Charlie 698.
United 24 Zulu, proceed direct DD.
Right, approaching the beam position, let's get speed back to 50 knots. Then we can take a rapid descent in case they do decide to...
Delta India, Bravo India, Romeo.
Then we can take a rapid descent in case they do decide they want to
International
give us
3x3 Yankee, descent 5000, 15H 1020.
Descent 5000, QNH 1020, Ukraine International 3x3 Yankee. Set, 5000 checked. I'll just let the speed come down before I start the descent. Set altimeter 1020. At 11,200 for 5,000, no flex stand by set.
United 24 Zulu, contact line radar 124.725, ciao ciao.
Double change. Let's see if the controller is going to complain that we are descending too slowly. Sometimes on Watson they don't really look at your airspeed, and then they don't realize that you have indeed started acting upon their clearance. Here we go.
Skyway 698, descend 5000 feet, H1020.
Yeah, let's hit the 10 check straight away. Fuel is balanced, 4 pumps on.
5000 feet.
500 feet.
Lights on, angular bank 25.
Skyway 698,
Air cannon press, 4.5 descending, and set. Fast modes on, recall, checked, 1 to 1.5, deselected. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing. 10 checks complete. And then we can do a frisk as well, so frequencies 110.3, set 2 times, rings, runway 07 left 10.5, items.
International 3x3 Yankee, reduce speed 220 knots.
Ukraine International 3x3 Yankee, confirm 230 knots.
220 knots, 220.
220 Ukraine International 3x3 Yankee. This was a very good example of that confusion with the numbers. This controller is Russian as far as I'm aware, and you could hear how it was very hard to distinguish between 230 and 220. That's exactly what I briefed on the arrival in Lviv.
Quest 1752 line radar hello identified. Information Papa is current. Expect LS Yankee 07 left east and
we're about to enter the clouds. Engine India is on.
Expect LS Yankee 7 left, speed left, fast.
Tie.
Descent level 70.
Flight level 70 for 175.
International 3x3 Yankee, contact director on 127.275 for family.
127.275 Ukraine International 3x3 Yankee, chat. Good evening, Ukraine International 3x3 Yankee.
Ukraine International 3x3 Yankee, director, hello, maintain flight level 60.
Maintain level 60, Ukraine International 3x3 Yankee. Set, 60 checked, set standard. Passing level 89, descending level 60. Then we can pre-select 1020 again. Okay, there is one aircraft down there in the clouds. So let's do that frisk once more. Frequencies 110.3, rings, runway 07 left 10.5, items, EFL, standby instruments. Let's take the approach mode, then we have the glide slope here. And course is 066. Approach checks, altimeters and instruments, cross checked, approach checks, checked and set. Approach checks complete. Well, we're gonna reset the altimeter to 1020, of course.
Papa Mike, contact tower 1 to quarters 850.
Still Lufthansa 6 Papa Mike, but 1 to quarters 850.
CJ, I assume you've been flying for a long time, so I have to ask, does the takeoff roll ever get old? Or is it still as accelerating as your first trip? It never gets old. It absolutely never gets old.
Skyway 698, maintain 5000 feet due to parallel approaching aircraft. Speed 170 knots until.
Okay, and here we have it now that we're approaching that vector leg on this dart. So 444 is the last waypoint, and this is
International 3 X-ray Yankee, descend 5000 feet, QNH 1020.
Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, descend 5000, QNH 1020. Okay, set. 5000 checked, 1020.
Descend at 1500 feet per minute rate.
1500 or greater, then we will be unable to maintain speed 3 X-ray Yankee.
Then disregard the speed now.
Disregarding speed for now, 3 X-ray Yankee. Okay, because that speed breaker is not going to be effective enough to get us to 1500, so vertical speed. We'll turn this down a bit. Just to avoid the auto throttle adding any thrust. Like you can see how it's getting a little bit nervous there. The real one can sometimes do that as well. Okay, overflying the end of the star, heading select. But you know, due to the fact that we stayed in Elnath, it actually kept us on the right track. Left 090, clear to LS Yankee 07 left, Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee. Any speed restriction once we are level? Roger. Okay, 1 to go, maintaining assigned rate. Don't need any of these anymore. So, best thing we can do then is just to draw an extended center line. So let's take something like 452, intercept course, execute. Because we are so far out now that we don't receive any ILS in the simulator. In real life that would be different, but we're not in real life here. So Navigraph sets those limits of 25 miles to the nav data, and then that is what we get. And then we have to work with this. So what we are going to do, as soon as I'm on the target heading, I will just put LNAV on again, and then LNAV is going to intercept the extended center line automatically. But don't hit LNAV before you are actually wings level on that heading. Otherwise LNAV is going to roll out on the heading where you hit it. So we don't need this anymore. So now that we're wings level, LNAV.
Director, Skyways 175. Skyways 175, director,
okay.
Also left heading 150.
It is very important that you don't just blindly hit the approach button now, because you are currently not receiving anything. So if you hit that approach button now, you will see that it arms in final approach course and glide path modes. But that is not the ILS. So I'm deselecting that again. And now we do actually receive a localizer, so Warlock is armed.
Tower 124 is from it Skyways 69,
Localizer captured.
Ukraine International 3X Yankee speed 200.
200 Ukraine International 3X Yankee. Okay, runway heading 066. Cabin crew, please take your seats for landing.
Skyways 1752, turn left heading 100, straight out of Yankee under 07 left. Left heading 100, clear left Yankee, 7 left, Skyways 125. Skyways 1752, 0
Okay, that guy's an approach to the parallel runway down there.
180 on central, 6 miles time.
180 until 6 miles final, Skyways 125.
So let's see, Boeing recently added a feature to the real plane. Let me try that. Runway 07 right, and if you put that in here in the fixed page,
International 3X Yankee, 170 knots until 5 miles final.
170 until 5. Is that 170 exactly, or can we make it 170 or greater? Ukraine International 3X Yankee.
Ukraine International 3X Yankee, negative 170 or less if you like.
170 or less, yeah. 3X Yankee. Okay, 168 is good. Okay, now I see the guy coming in here, right in front of us. Okay, so from 17 DME 17, we are allowed to arm the glide slope. Outside of that, the glide slope is not considered reliable. So that new feature I just told you about, it was only added like a couple of weeks ago to our aircraft. If you put the runway, the parallel runway in on the fixed page, the real one would now draw you that runway here on the ND, just like our approach runway, with the extended center line and everything. That's really helpful for looking at where the aircraft are on the parallel independent approaches here. But looks like PMDG doesn't have that yet, so I might as well file a feature, a feature suggestion later on. Fly stop alive, we are within 17 miles. Approach round. Little turbulence by the looks of it, but people are seated anyway already in the cabin. Man, it starts getting dark. Well, those might be a reason as well. Flag stop capture. 5,000 feet. Set.
United International 3 X-Ray Yankee, contact tower 124.850. Danke mal fürs Vorbeischauen, Emanuel. Shutdown.
124.850, Ukraine International 3 Yankee. Jo, gerne doch. Ciao. Patron, schönen guten Abend. Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee.
Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee, Frankfurt Tower, wind 03, 01, 09, number 3.
Number 3, okay. Do we have any preceding? No.
Hello Tower, good evening, Air New Zealand 366 with you on frequency.
New Zealand 366, Frankfurt Tower, good evening. November 523 Lima Zulu, wind 030 degrees, 10 knots, runway 18, immediate takeoff. Clear for takeoff from our 8 November 523 Lima Zulu.
Frankfurt Tower, I see an airplane crossing my way here under the giving way. Air New Zealand 66, but I'm behind.
Yeah, I guess you're number 2 now. There's not really an opportunity. I'm not sure who he was supposed to give way. He's not on my frequency yet. But you can just continue behind him.
Right, that's okay, just reporting.
Don't King 1, have you had problems with unruly passengers? I'm gonna tell you that story after landing.
Evelyn 610 Alpha, contact Apron 12185.
I want to try something. Actually, no, I don't. I just want to use manual thrust. So, thank you, auto throttle, but that's it.
We copy, clear to land 07 left, carries on, go fine.
November 523 Lima Zulu, contact Langen radar.
Okay, we can see the runway, then we can configure at 4 miles as well.
26.125 for November 523 Lima Zulu. Thank you, bye-bye. November Lima Zulu, confirm the frequency 136125. 136.125 with you, bye-bye. November 523 Lima Zulu. Runway 698, it looks like you're still in front of the whole short bar. Move ahead, clear the runway, please. Left turn on top.
Okay, that does seem to get quite close there.
And just confirm you are before the whole short bar, you're still within the runway limit?
I'm outside of the runway on my simulator, so I'm not sure.
Okay, gear down, flight 15.
Yeah, well, I'm showing you aircraft way before the runway hold short line, just to make sure that your aircraft has fully cleared it before I clear the next one to land.
And flaps 30.
Left turn now on Papa, so it's kind of...
What's that? Hold short of November 11 on Papa.
November 11 on Papa, so it's fine.
On checklist. Start switches, continuous, recall. Check, speed brake, on green light, landing at down 3 green, auto brake 3 sets.
Now runway 18.
Flaps 30. 30, green lights, holding at landing lights.
Cathay 6487, wind 0303.
And for the sake of simulation, I'll just put the taxi light on already.
Okay. Therefore takeoff.
Oh no! Haha! I accidentally hit the toggle button. We're gonna disregard that. In real life, this would be a mandatory go-around. In flight simulation, we'll just flick the flight directors off and continue manually. That darn hidden click spot there.
Behind aircraft, line up and way to run a one-way to...
500 continue.
Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, wind 030 degrees 10 knots 07 left, clear to land.
07 left, clear to land, Ukraine International 3 X-ray Yankee, can we vacate it yet?
Yep, long rollout approved for you.
Long rollout approved.
Skybase 1752,
Auto brakes 2.
Follow your company via Papa, hold short November 11. Papa, hold short November 11.
Continue.
Cathay 6487, cancel takeoff, clearance, hold position.
That's a little bit low here, isn't it?
40. 30.
Cathay 6487, stop immediately. A second, stop immediately.
Cancel takeoff, cancel takeoff.
Speed brake up. Crossburst. Normal. Back to auto reverse, we'll let it roll to the end. Well, not to the absolute end, but yeah, the next one. That's the high speed we're looking for.
Skyway 698, contact apron 121.8509.
121.8509.
Stopping is assured, manual brakes.
Skyway 1752, same for you, apron 121.8550.
21.85, thank you so much. Bye-bye, 175.
No more behind us, so we can just let it
Cathay
roll.
6487, taxi down the runway, left onto Sierra, hold short Yankee.
The Sierra hold sort of Yankee 665.
That glide slope was once again very incorrect.
Thank you, welcome in Frankfurt, Papa, hold short November 11.
Papa, hold short November 11, 3 X-ray Yankee. So, taking the airplane onto the straight taxi line before I start doing any of the cleanup work here. Right, time to do some housekeeping. I looked down on the instruments pretty much all the way down to the minimums. And even thereafter, I kinda kept looking at the instruments for a long time. And then all of a sudden it said 50 and I was like, that runway is still quite a bit ahead. What is going on there? And yeah, well, then had to correct for that manually. But that glide slope did definitely not show correct there on short final.
Cathay 6487, turn left onto Yankee, taxi again via Yankee and Lima, so holding point runway 18. And
that was
the brakes to cool down,
quite,
go again.
well, it's quite interesting, to put it that way.
Yankee Lima holding point runway 18 cancel 6.
Cathay 6487, are you ready to go again, or do you need some time to pre-run checks or wait for the brakes to cool down?
Say again, please.
Cathay 6487, do you need some time, or will you be ready for departure again when you reach the holding point?
We reject at low speed, so it doesn't take any other time.
Okay. And Cathay 6487, just be advised for the next time when I clear you for an immediate takeoff, please start your roll as soon as possible. Or otherwise report when you're unable, because it took too long this time, so I had to stop you due to arriving traffic on the crossing runway.
Okay, Roger. Because I use keyboard and when I push to talk, I have to switch on to the pilot again, so I didn't take her well.
Yeah, okay, no problem. You can just always report when you're unable for an immediate takeoff, so then it's less stress for you. You will just have to wait a minute then, and then it will be easier for everyone because you have less stress and I have less stress because I can just get you out comfortably between the next one. So if you're not ready for an immediate, you can always just tell me unable. That's better than having to reject the takeoff because of something like this. Just that's a reminder for the next time.
This was a lovely conversation.
Okay, Roger. Thank you.
I absolutely loved how the Cathay initially didn't understand a thing of what the tower was saying. That is absolutely a situation that I could very much imagine to happen like this in real life as well. Actually, it is a situation of which we have like a similar misunderstanding on a tape of a live ATC in New York. Okay, and this is the point where we have to hold short. Interestingly enough, there is no signage here. Well, thanks for Yankee, we're holding short November 11.
Boston 3 Yankee, Apron 121, decimal 8502.
121-850 and confirm that's Ukraine International 3 Yankee. Cheers. He said Austrian. Like that guy in Berlin. Okay, let's just quickly get our taxi clearance, then I'm gonna tell you that story about the unruly passengers. Comfort Apron, hello, Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee, holding short November 11.
Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee, Frankfurt Apron, good evening, your stance will be Victor 114, taxi via November 11, November, hold short of November 5.
Victor 114 via November 11 November, hold short November 5, Ukraine International 3 X-Ray Yankee. Okay, let's go. So that is the first taxiway to the left hand side. November 11 is just straight ahead here, first left. That thing takes time to start rolling. Steven, and this is why I do my VATSIM away from the big airports. Don't worry about it too much, you can always try. I mean, the tower has been nice explaining it and didn't get mad at the pilot as well, right? But do get into it slowly and, you know, if you're unable to do something immediate, then just tell the ATC so that they can accommodate for it. The reason here in Frankfurt is that inbound traffic on 07 right has to be at least 4 miles out by the time that someone in Romeo 18 starts their takeoff roll. Beautiful, isn't it?
BS425, Squawk 02, sorry, 2015.
Clear left, clear right.
Seatbelt 4254, clear to London, Gatwick with information via Bravo Lima 18, runway 18, climb maintain 4,000 feet.
Seatbelt 4254,
Okay, in my opinion it's more rain than snow, so it doesn't look very slippery either, so let's go a little bit fast. Because we do have quite a way to taxi here. Hold short November 5, that's over at the terminals, so we can go fast for now.
Cargo 7 with you on taxi.
So I promised you that story about unruly passengers, and there are actually quite a couple stories. The, I would say, most common unruly passenger that we typically have is people smoking in the toilets. And that happens more often than you would think, especially when I'm flying to Warsaw for some reason. On my last 4 Warsaw flights, every single time there has been somebody smoking in the toilets. And the problem with that is, first of all, the fines are huge, especially in Poland. When they come to collect you after you've been smoking in the toilets, I've had a case where they came on board with a dog, and every single time they've been carrying people downstairs, you know, on their hands and feet, like holding their hands and feet. So
Sorry about that for the further break.
that is really not something you want to experience. And then
United 2063.
you know, the fines are huge as well. So every time, you know, on a 1 hour 20 flight, you really don't need to smoke. And if you do, that's gonna cost you several thousands if you're not even going to prison. Because a lot of fires have started in aircraft, thanks to people smoking in the lavatories. But that's the primary type of unruly passengers that I've had so far. There are more though. So, especially on flights to Israel, and I have no problem with Israel whatsoever, just to put that clear straight away. But especially on flights going there, there are a lot of passengers who just don't want to behave and don't want to follow rule. Victor 114 November 1 Lima, Ukraine International 3X-ray Yankee. Alright, so almost to the end. So, yeah, especially on those Israel flights, there are a lot of passengers who, for example, stand up when the seatbelt sign is on. You tell them to sit down, and they reply, "I don't follow orders from somebody who is not a Jew." And I've had that happen a lot. And that is the problem. If those people refuse to sit down for landing, that is a real problem. Especially in a state where security regulations are really tight, like Israel. That is something that should absolutely not happen. And I've had a passenger there literally telling me they want to shoot me after landing because I would be a Nazi, because I told them to sit down when the seatbelt sign is on. That is about the worst I've had as unruly passengers. Well, not quite true. I've had one who started a beating with the cabin crew in the aft galley. But that was on the ground, not in flight. So, on the ground, you know, you call the police and they solve the situation. In flight, that is not possible. So, that is quite a problem. That is really quite a problem that we run into. And I just don't understand why you wouldn't follow cabin crew instructions or even pilot's instructions. You know, they are there for your safety. So yeah, that is quite a problem. And it's just useless. I mean, why would you refuse to comply with the crew instruction? In the end, each to their own, but that is not right. And I've had that one case where we've had passengers who refused to sit down on landing, and then we did a hard landing out of that. And those passengers flew through half the cabin. So, yeah. That's what happens. That's what shouldn't happen.
You're on board. Climb via the Z-bar to departure.
Bone King 1. And are drunk people a problem? For example, in the direction to Mallorca. Most drunkards, you know, are just too drunk to fly. And they're supposed to be rejected in the terminal. But I've had a couple cases where I've had some drunks trying to board to Mallorca. In some cases we had to reject them because they were just unfit to fly. And in other cases that hasn't been too much of a problem. What I did not have yet were aggressive drunkards. So most of them understood when they were offloaded. What I thought was more of a problem actually, especially on those Mallorca flights, is not the drunk people, but those who think they can just do anything. So I've had people with the ghetto blaster who
yeah, I have it right.
put up their music in the cabin in such a loud volume that we could hear it over the engines in the cockpit. And obviously they prevented the safety demo with that. And I've had a case where we had to turn back to the gate and offload a group of like 10 people or so because they would not shut off their music in the cabin. And therefore we couldn't do the safety demonstration. And safety PAs were not audible. So yeah, that was a bit of a problem. And that turned out pretty expensive for those people as well. Because in the end, we had to get a fueler again. We missed our slot. The new slot was a couple hours later.
Thank you, stand 1, Victor.
And we ended up in a 3-hour delay from that. So you know what 3 hours means, right? EU 261 compensation. Or in other words, 189 passengers times 250 euros. And those passengers had to pay for it, of course.
Apologize. Taxi Royale November 11, November and hold short of November 8.
So, Victor 114 should be the next one then.
Yes, we are free to the short cut.
So yeah, that's unruly passengers. Happens every now and then. Even though, to be entirely fair, of course, we did. Those are rare cases. Like, it happens maybe once a month or so, or maybe once every 2 months, depending if you're in summer or in winter
turn
time.
left on November, then on November 5 and hold short on Lima, Lufthansa.
Okay, we have our marshaller over there. And he's marshalling us right into the signs. We aren't gonna do that. We are gonna stop here. Okay, APU available. Two blue, 1 red. Engine's dead.
Include on man via the 24 near departure, collaborative sleep on the seat, Rocket 2022, Jordanian 1. Royal Jordanian 125, feedback.
And we have engine 1 and 2 below 20%. So let's get a bit of silence and read the shutdown checklist. Fuel pumps 1 on, electrical. APU fast belts. Oops. Off, window heat off, probe heat off. Anti-ice off, hydraulic pumps off, voice recorder auto, air compacts off, engine bleeds on, APU bleed off, exterior lights set, start switches off, auto brake off, speed brake down to 10, flaps up and light, parking brake set, start levers cut off, weather radar off, transponder 2 on standby, CBRCB in, cockpit door unlocked, shutdown checklist complete. Alright, that's it, we've made it all the way to Frankfurt. Let's see if we can get some deboarding going here. I wouldn't be surprised if not, but we can always try. And Bone King 1, incredible. I assume they played Same Nackte Friseusen or something like that. Honestly, I don't even want to know what they are playing there. I'm just happy if they, you know. And Ikulios, before COVID, I fly from Warsaw to Bangkok. There is a guy who asked the stewardess about smoking 3 hours after takeoff to Doha, where we have another plane to destination. Yeah. Every time when he stands up, I started to be nervous. Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, honestly, those people, it's just not worth it. And the fines are incredibly high as well, so also keep that in mind. Like, you might easily go to prison for several years for that. Johan, excited for the A336 sorry, the A300 600 from IndyBuild. Yes, absolutely. Really looking forward to fly that DHL freighter. Alright, for now though, that's gonna be it, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I hope that you have enjoyed today. If you did, like, comment and subscribe, and I am really looking forward to see you all again on the next one. Till then, thank you very much for watching, and as always, if you do want to support the channel, you can do so through the Buy Me Coffee link in the video description below, or by becoming a Patreon. The link is also included in the description down there. Thank you very much for joining. I wish you a very nice evening, and Pack, hello. Thank you very much for just joining, but I'm just about to shut down, I'm afraid. So, thank you very much.